either you're right or
So
wrong.
you got 2025 preseason? You got 2025 preseason?
No, I think he's talking about the end of the season versus
This
the
year,
predicted
like,
order.
I know,
the
but I thought he was
predictions?
going to go back
Go
and
ahead
talk
and
about
just-
last year's
We're ready whenever you are.
I don't even. I can't think back that
That's
far.
why I asked did he have
I like to forget
I think
last
we're
year.
gonna need to be silent once he starts the stream.
I think they had all.
I got time to get a swig of water.
Grant said he got a big announcement coming.
Okay.
Dr. Crew, I bet you already know. It was when y'all was doing the segment, Mr. Grant said the commissioner gonna announce it, but it's a big announcement coming today.
What time's he doing that?
Whenever I think when he addressed
state of address
the commissioner
this morning, 10 o'clock.
That's what time it is now.
I'm trying to get it started.
This is from last year, huh?
Right when I didn't get to use.
I wonder how many board meetings he goes to, because I always see him at the Bayou Classic board meeting. Dr. McCullough.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the BCSN Gametime Show. We are live. I don't know if you can smell it, fellas, but I smell it, and it smells like football. We're here live from the SWAC Media Day, getting ready to go in. As you know, we are here with the crew representing the shows that make up the Black College Sports Network, the crew that brings you more HBCU sports coverage than anybody in the nation. Starting off, we're going to start on the left side here. My left, your right. Mr. Calvin Rozier, the ONG Strike Zone. How you doing, Ed?
Hello, everybody. Looking forward to it. It's football season. Time to tell some lies.
On our other side over here, we go to the franchise himself, Mr. Carlos Brown on the Carlos Brown Show. What's happening, Doc?
Man, I appreciate it. And, you know, as always, the best thing is to get a chance to see you guys in person. It makes my day. It really makes my day. So you're right. Football season is right around the corner, fall camp. So it's time to be excited if you hadn't gotten excited already.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, of course, he needs no introduction. He is the Dean of HBCU Sports, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill of Inside the HBCU Sports Lab.
I'm going to keep it simple. Let's get it on.
Last but not least, my ride and die buddy, my brother here, been doing this thing with me for a few minutes, the original host of the BCSN Gametime Show, along with the BCSN Sports Wrap, HBCU's longest running podcast, doing a great 28 years, I think we're at right now for the show. Getting it going, that would be Mr. Brian Fulford.
28 years, been that long?
Ain't counting.
Ooh,
That's right.
Lord
Y'all
willing.
some old.
man.
Y'all
it's-
old, man.
It's a blessing to be here. Appreciate you,
Talking
Roy.
about
Glad to
OG.
see all you. Right. Appreciate all of you guys being here with us today. It's great to see so many media folk here, friends and colleagues in the business, and of course these 12 great institutions well represented today. Should be a great day for us all.
All right, so folks, before we get started with this real brief introduction and jumping into some more stuff, we're going to start going back to what we used to do a long time ago. So what we need for you to do right now is we want you to pull out your phones, grab it, send it, and share this show with at least 3 people that you think might not be watching. So Chuck, don't send it to Mario 305. We know that they watch it. So we're going to get y'all in. Send it to 3 people that you don't think might be watching to let them know. If you're a fan of SWAC football, you need to be tuned into this program. So go ahead and do that for us. Take it out, send it to 3 people, and we're going to get some things going. But now we want to get into some things. Now, I'm jumping in here because we've got some stuff that's happening. The Game Time Show in its full glory is going to be returning this season, along with the Tailgate Saturday experience, and we're going to have a lot of fun traveling around the HBCU diaspora with that. You're going to meet Dr. Malcolm Jones, who's going to come in later and talk to us about it. He'll be joining us there. Oteeman Sampson's going to be on the crew with us for that as well. Talking to Crow to see if he's going to still come back or not, and we'll be getting that going. Also, we're going to have Kelvin Carter come back up, of course, the Alkernite, getting in and getting his stuff, who's here with us doing some things and making it happen. So as we talk about that, let us tell you where we are going to be now. Let's go ahead and pull that graphic up. As you look at it, our season will officially kick off August 29th, always in Atlanta at the MEAC SWAC Challenge, where Alabama A&M will be taking on Howard. So we're going to be there having some fun. The next week, we're going to stay in Atlanta, one of our two Division II matchups, the Big Cat Classic, where the Clark and Morehouse game will happen early this year. That's normally a late season game that they are bringing in. After that, we're going to be headed toward the Southern Heritage Classic, UAPB versus Alcorn State. The next week, the Battle of the Bay, our one MEAC game right now that we have coming up, Hampton and Norfolk State. Of course, we know the little bit of the interest that that kind of game is garnering right now. After that, we jump into our homecoming, starting off with Alabama State versus Florida A&M University
The homecoming series.
October 18th. Yes, sir. After that, we're going to head over to Prairie View and do the Alcorn and Prairie View homecoming. And then the next one, we will be at FAMU for that homecoming, the U8 versus UAPB. And then we head to one of the big dogs, the classics, the Magic City Classic, back here in Birmingham.
Do I get to rate the homecomings?
Oh, listen, that's part of we're gonna get into. That's part of what we're doing, and that's gonna be something that's gonna be happening over the next few years. The next homecoming we're gonna do our second Division II game, Tuskegee versus Miles. Listen, I'm gonna tell you real quick. If you hadn't been down to Tuskegee,
you missing out.
For a homecoming,
Missing out.
Woo!
Missing out. Missing out.
That's your fault.
After that, the next game we're gonna have is Alabama A&M versus Texas Southern. So we'll be headed up to Huntsville for that one. Then jumping back into the classics, the Florida Classic, Florida A&M versus Bethune-Cookman, of course, the Bayou Classic, Grambling versus Southern, and then to be determined to be the teams for the SWAC Championship, as well as the Celebration Bowl. And, of course, as we always have to say for the legal purposes, this schedule might be subject to change. Not likely, but it might be. So we're going to do that. Guys, what do you think about our schedule this year? Let's go ahead and start with you, Doc.
I'm excited. You know, I'm a homecoming aficionado, and I've traveled to many of homecoming, so that has me most excited because that's where I want to go and try out people's homecoming ability to tailgate, because some people think they can tailgate and they need a little work to do. So I'm a grader. That's my year. This is my year, and I'll officially do that. But that's what I'm excited about, tailgate, homecoming.
Right?
I'm actually excited about potentially finally making to the Bayou Classic. I have never. I hate to say it.
Bucket list.
I have never been to the Bayou Classic. There's always been something going on, but this year it looks like my calendar might be open, and I expect to be there. I look forward to being there.
All right. Well, since we talk about the
you
Bayou
won't need a
Classic,
chaperone, huh, Brian?
I do want you to chaperone. I can't go without a chaperone. I'm just gonna say that. First time I gotta have a chaperone. Exactly.
Yeah. It's an outstanding schedule, and it's interesting. Dr. Cavill, you're not grading on the curve, huh?
No curve.
That's what I wanted.
The professor wanted to know. In fact, if they're not careful, I give them an F squared. I put an F squared in there. Like.
But it's an exciting schedule, man, and it, nobody can tell the story like we can, and that's why we always appreciate the support and stuff. But outstanding schedule, and God say the same. I'll go to a game in Prairie View this year. I've never been there.
All right. Well, we got to make sure we get you on there. Calvin?
Man, it's a great schedule, and we cover D2, we cover the MEAC, we cover the SWAC, we cover HBCU football. And so, and we covered homecomings. So we get to expose the best of what our institutions have to offer and our niche in the market. So, man, I'm excited.
All right, folks, there it is. So like I said, that's the Game Time show. That will happen every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern to 12 p.m. Eastern. After that, of course, Carlos Brown is on the network from 12 to 2. We may have some folks dropping some other sports or school-related shows in at that segment. But guess what, guys? That's not going to be it.
There's
this
more?
year.
Wait, there's more?
Wait, there is more. We're bringing back the Tailgate Saturday event. Now, what that is, from 2 to 6, every Saturday, live on location wherever we are. We will have the experience where we will be checking in with games all across the country from our folks. We'll be doing halftime reports through some of the games. We will on site have a setup where you'll be able to watch any stream game that's on there. But that's not it. Calvin kind of brought this up in his little intro about that. We're going to be showing you the culture of HBCUs and HBCU sports and just everything about it. We're going to have a show that will be featuring the dance lines from across the HBCU diaspora. We're putting a band program together. We'll be featuring different bands on a weekly basis. We'll also have Majority Greek Magazine following us around, and we'll be featuring Greeks from across the HBCU diaspora, as we got the FIA, Mr. Ice Cold himself here. Of course, you know I'm a Sigma. We got Noops in the building. We're going to find us some Deltas, some Ks, and some Zetas, and some Sigma Gamma Rhos to be a part of it. We got a couple of Qs that are going to show up at some point. But you'll be able to do that.
You worry about everybody else. You worry about the house.
Hey, we got a bigger budget this year. That's what I'm talking about.
We're making the budget happen. But one of the other things that we're going to be doing that'll show that'll be happening is our HBCU trivia. Each week, you'll have the opportunity, or not you necessarily, well, you can play along at home, but students and alumni live at our event will be a part of a live show that will actually come in and we will test your HBCU trivia and history knowledge. To give a little bit more information on that, we're going to get ready to go to a clip to talk about it, and we hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned. Following that clip, we're going to have Dr. Malcolm Jones and Calvin Carter come up and get introduced to him and these Alcornites, man, getting together, coming in, doing some powerful things in the educational space. I watched a couple of the videos with Dr. Jones doing his speaking. The guy's powerful. We're looking forward to it. He is a Noop, so we have the Noop on today.
Everybody allowed to make one mistake.
I knew somebody was going to say it. I wasn't going to be the one to say it today. But folks, stay tuned. We're going to check out this video right now with the HBCU trivia game.
Why is your
is making sure that we educate as well as entertain the masses on HBCU history, because we are all children of HBCUs and we love them. We keep them in our hearts. But hey, if we don't teach and train the next generation of folks about who we are, what we've done, and why HBCUs are so important, well, we're going to miss that. Well, to that end, we have decided to reach out and create a partnership, because y'all know us. We're all about partnerships. We're all about working together. Culture always works great when we work together, as our hashtag always goes, hashtag stronger together, hashtag HBCU pride. I want to introduce the team from the HBCU trivia game who are here joining us. We're going to start off with Mr. Maurice Jordan, who is one of the creators and founders of the game. We'll talk about that a little bit more. And then we're going to talk about this gentleman from the little school down the street in Florida on the beach, Mr. A. Harris Brown. Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown, Mr. Jordan, how you guys doing today?
Doing fine. Thank you for having us.
Liz, I am absolutely amazing to be here. I'm gonna forgive you for being up on that hill, on them 7 hills. You probably got lost somewhere. I don't even know.
Hey, look, we did get lost, but we always found our way to where we needed to be. There you go. No. Also, if I would be remiss if I also did not mention, of course, Dr. Brown is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, as you can see.
Yeah.
And
all day long.
Mr. Jordan is a member of Kappa Alpha Psi in the building, and he is also an alumnus of NCCU, North Carolina Central University. Again, it's the entire diaspora HBCU culture is represented in the space, and we are here to do it, to talk about it. So let's do this. We're going to start off, and I'm going to let Dr. Brown
tell us a little bit about the game, the folks who created it, and what's going on. And he will be the host, folks. So listen, we're going to do a game show. You can already tell he's going to be our game show host. So I hope you guys are looking to it. We'll give you a few more details about that once we get going and get deeper into the conversation. Dr. Brown,
So
the floor is yours.
HBCU trivia game is all about preserving the legacy and teaching our next generation all about the culture, the lifestyle, all of the things you need to know. So I'm so excited at the fact that our good friend Maurice and Clarence were able to put together and design this amazing board game. Now, again, this is a game that you want to use at an alumni chapter meeting. I would say for any high school counselor, middle school teacher, if you want to start exposing your young people to this right now, this is a great resource. But then at the same time, we always learn and we meet alumni from various HBCUs, from all of the different divisions and conferences, and they always want to brag about how they have all this institutional knowledge about HBCUs. Do you really? And so that's when we pull out the game and we start playing. The first thing like, this ain't no real HBCU. We don't know nothing about this. Because I have a friend of mine who lives in Texas. She went to Prairie View A&M, and she just believes that the only HBCU exists is Prairie View. Now, she might acknowledge, Texas College and Wiley and Jarvis Christian in Texas, but she don't really, I know they exist, but I don't really claim them. But anything else, if it ain't PV, it ain't an HBCU. So we happened to play this game one day. And she's like, I had no idea. She was amazed of the history and the knowledge from educators to athletes to philanthropists. And again, here's the thing, Roy. What I love about the game, it doesn't just limit you to historical facts and figures. There is information or questions about more relevant alums of today. So you're not just asking me a question about Mary McLeod Bethune, which is part of one of the questions. But we also might learn, is there an African American HBCU graduate who owns a Lamborghini car dealership? And what HBCU did he attend? It's right there in the game. And it's happening so we're giving you information in real time.
Oh, man. Listen, it already sounds great. It sounds exciting. And listen, I'm thinking about it. It opens the door for so many spinoff games. Now, Jordan, I don't know if you guys have thought about it, but listen, you can do a whole game just on HBCU sports trivia, HBCU band trivia.
Roy, get out of my. You must have been a staff meeting.
Listen, we got to be ready for it because we doing it.
Because we have our traditional cards for the games now. But that has been a question okay, we're going to come with another set. We talked about just what you said, an athletic version, a band version, maybe arts and entertainment version. So it's in the works. We just can't tell everything right now.
Okay, we got to keep that on the low key. We got to do that. All right.
And here's something else that we like to be able to do. Sometimes we've actually even done this virtually. So not only do we have the board game version, right? There you go. So you roll the dice, you play the game, just like, some other board games, you land on a certain spot, you might have to go back. You might be in study hall. You might have been on the maybe you didn't make the dean's list and you got to sit out a term. So it's those kinds of things that you get to the graduation, to the end of the game. But now, sometimes we are also able to elevate and activate a virtual experience. Now I'm going to let Maurice talk about that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. See, I told you he is the man, Roy. I couldn't say it better myself. I was just sitting here just smiling and nodding like I told you. But right, so we do have a electronic version that we use, for events, and of course that's what we're going to be using down there where you are, where it basically mirrors the board game itself. So just imagine the board game on a big screen, where you actually the questions are popping up on the screen, the dice are being rolled on the screen, the little pawns are being moved by themselves. So it's a game show type experience, but it basically matches the game square for square, question for question, and there are and I dare say there are some extra questions in it. It's not in the board game itself.
Nice. Okay. Well, let's do this. Before we go on, we're going to take a quick view at the commercial that you guys have to put the game out, and then we'll talk about that a little bit when it's finished. The HBCU trivia game. It's more than a board game. It's a journey to the legacy of historically black colleges and universities. Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up. Start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, keep staying put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation wins. The HBCU trivia game. Support, educate, entertain. Available now. Let the journey begin. All right, gentlemen, there it is, folks. There it is, the HBCU trivia game. And listen, we are definitely
It went green.
I'm Kelvin Carter here with Black College Sports Network, live from SWAC Media Day. It's that time of year again where we are here enjoying what we know is our favorite time of year. I am elated to be here with Malcolm Jones, former Alcorn State University Braves, and he was expressing to me how the media day used to be. It used to be like a round robin.
Yeah, man. This is kind of exciting to see how big this event has gotten to be. Back in '95, when I was on the SWAC tour, we used to go around to about 3 or 4 cities, and the media would meet us there, and all the coaches and the players would speak about the upcoming year.
Okay. And so in your time of doing those and at Alcorn, we're going to lead into why you're here today as along with being a contributor throughout the year. But you learned some things about what was going on with your academic track at Alcorn while being a student athlete, and what was going to happen later after school, and what happened after the cleats were taken off and the ball stopped bouncing. So it's going to lead us into what you're here to talk to us about today during SWAC Media Day is what all of these young men need to know is what's next.
Oh yeah, you definitely always have to be thinking about the future. Sports are temporary. You'll do it only a certain amount of time in your life, and you need to have a transition plan when it's all over. And you definitely need to be investing in yourself all along the way, and not wait till that transition gets there in order to make a decision about what you want to do for the rest of your life. You know, the average pro career may last 3 to 5 years, and you have 50 years of life after that to take care of yourself and to have a nice life. And if you haven't prepared yourself and you hadn't invested in yourself, life can be tough.
Yeah, and I think it's up to everyone that's in this room to help the guys understand, because they're here and they're invested. You know,
Yeah.
they're out there, they're training, they're lifting, they're here with their coach, they're understanding what's going on, and they're vested in their lives. So it would be an amazing thing just to help them understand the transition plan matters.
Yes.
And it's not denying what your dream is, but it's around the process of put your dream in the bucket too.
Yeah.
Because you know we got 70 plus years to live here, and this 3.5 is going to be this. What are we going to do to us 67? But how did you come to this content around the book title Cheated?
Well, I basically started writing about my life and reflecting on my own life, and just giving my background. I came from a home where academics was important, and the expectation was to A's and B's and be a great student. When I transitioned to Alcorn and began to play football, I signed a football scholarship, went to Alcorn, 4-year starter there. When I began to get the notoriety, at one time I was ranked the number 7 DB in the nation by Mel Kiper, and I began to slack off in the classroom, stop going to class, stop focusing on academics, didn't give my best effort.
Right.
And, you know, I went into the field of education. So there were some things on those certification tests that I had to go back and study and get myself together on and in order to pass those certification tests. But what if I would have done it on the front end?
Right.
And I would have transitioned smoothly. I made a smooth transition, but I think it could have been better if I would have invested more into myself academically. I talk about a term in my book, duality. We can do two things at once.
Yes.
We can work on ourselves personally, academically, as well as putting that same energy or investment into developing ourselves as great athletes.
Right. And two things can be true. And I like to talk with students about that, especially I work in the K-12 space as well. And one of the things that two things can be true. You can be a great athlete and be a great academic.
Right.
I think we also tend to look at situations where what becomes bothersome to me is that great academic institutions aren't always spaces where we put great sports.
Right.
So we'll put a premium on one or the other. But then when you get to looking into the institutions like your Georgetown, your Dukes, and all of those, these are the things that we need to understand. They are great academic institutions.
Right.
You might see 5 to 7 guys there. So as we'll come back a little bit later today, because we're going to add some ball players into it, and we're going to take a break right now and bring the SWAC commissioner in to talk about what this season is going to mean here at the Alcorn State University Braves. And we're so glad to have Malcolm, you here. So we're going to go to break. And we're here, SWAC Media Day 2026. And this is it's going to be a great year. over. Thomas, what's happening? Okay, you getting more meat
How you
off the
doing,
bone?
man? All right. Good to meet you, bro.
Hey,
How you doing, man?
He talking about
All
y'all.
right,
Look good.
Malcolm Jones.
He played DB. Now he talking about y'all look little. What's up, man? How you doing?
What position you play, man? Okay.
He played DB.
What position you play,
Quarterback.
Bro? Huh?
Quarterback. He played DB, man.
All right.
Yes, sir.
He played DB, man.
Man, he don't play no DB, man.
How you want it? What do you say? Put the players in the middle.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, boss.
All right. Okay.
We got to work on y'all. Okay, look, we fast, you guys. I'm gonna show y'all one lesson. You never button up.
The bottom.
Yeah, no. That always leave one, and then when you get old, and you might can't button it.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Introducing the HBCU Trivia Game. It's more than a board game. It's a journey to the legacy of historically black colleges and universities. Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up. Start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, you stay put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation wins. The HBCU Trivia Game. Support, educate, entertain. Available now. Let the journey begin.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL on August 29th with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff presented by Toyota, representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing the MEAC, Howard, Bulldogs, Bison, the Marching Maroon and White, the Showtime Marching Band, the premier FCS matchup in primetime with a kickoff trophy up for grabs. Join us pre-game for fan jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACChallenge.com.
We got to go to the next thing right now.
And we're back. We're here at SWAC Media Day. I'm with TNT. Well, just Alcorn State University. We got Tolbert, our quarterback, and
Eric Thomas, defensive lineman.
Defensive lineman. Hey, guys, we're glad here. And we're here with Dr. Malcolm Jones, who's here. Actually, he's a former Brave.
That's correct.
Yes. So, hey, let's get it out of the way real quick. What did you guys think about your last 5 games of last season?
I feel good about it. You know, we finished strong.
Yeah.
Could have started a little better, but just finish strong, start fast.
Okay, Tober, what you
I
think?
definitely agree with EJ. The first 5 started off a little slow for us. So once we got back on track to get those last 5, I feel like it's going to lead us into the next season to do a lot more damage.
So after the Jackson State game, and you guys competed at a really, really high level. You guys looked like the team we thought you would be all season. What's different about training camp this year as you guys went through your training coming into this first game of the season?
I feel like a lot more people were buying into the process now. You got a lot of freshmen, a lot of transfers coming in, so it's like hard to gel when you first get there. I feel like everybody now is together. Like we're building towards one goal for sure.
Okay, so during the spring, it was said that it was believed that the offense was ahead of the defense. How do you feel about that now going in the fall?
Honestly, I really don't know. Like we all competing at a high level every day. It's like one day the offense will be winning, but defense will be winning. Like we just all going back and forth competing.
Okay, so Jones, how was it when you guys were in camp? And you talked about even the SWAC Media Day is totally different. What did it look like with Coach Jones and difference, or how did you guys feel about it at this same time? Because these guys feel like they're competing every day, and they feel like going into the season they're prepared and they got a lot of buy-in. And also without a lot of transfers, you were with guys you were with for 3 and 4 years.
Yeah.
What's your longest standing teammate? How long you guys been together?
2 years. This is our second year together.
Second year together.
Okay.
Well, when I look back and reflect on my time at Alcorn State, there was a rigorous time. You talking about we used to have 3 a day practices, so we practiced 3 times a day, and you talking about having to be mentally tough. We got up every morning. We ran at 5:30 in the morning. We ran the 3.2. I don't know if you guys still do that. We start at that gas station and head out of that main gate and go back around all the way back around where Patton's is. And we would run that every morning. Used to run that stadium at 12 in the middle of the day. But you really had to be mentally tough to be on that team. I can remember, I think we started with probably about 150 people in camp, and we would always cut down to about 90 because people would quit and leave. So you had to be mentally tough to be on those types of squads.
Okay. Well, so you guys experienced that. I know you know about the 3.2. You go out the back gate.
Yeah, I know about it. I know about it. I don't think I did that yet, though.
Yeah. So what we got is here's my last question. If we had to predict, like with Southern Heritage, everybody's going to be there. It's going to be a big game. UAPB.
Yes,
what's our predicted outcome for that?
Oh, victory for sure. We have to come out with a victory this time.
A
win.
Coming on top.
Coming out on top.
I got a question for you guys.
Yes, sir.
What?
We got to wrap. We're going to wrap it up. We're going to move you guys to the main stage, but we'll bring you guys back in a solo interview session to do it. So here we're at SWAC Media Day, Alcorn State University. Good job, guys, and have a great season.
Good luck to you.
Co-host of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics, from the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories. We cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Planning an event? From weddings to corporate functions, CMJ Events LLC brings over 15 years of experience to make your vision a reality. Based in Metro Atlanta and serving statewide, even internationally, we provide versatile event planning and authentic catering cuisines tailored to your needs. Whether it's pre-game meals for student athletes, fundraisers, weddings, corporate functions, CMJ Events LLC is your one-stop solution for exceptional service and unforgettable food. Our diverse culinary heritage means we cater to all cultural tastes, dietary needs, and food restrictions, making every meal uniquely yours. Let's make your next event unforgettable. Visit us on all social media at CMJ Events LLC or email us at cmjeventsllc@gmail.com. Also give us a call at 404-664-3882 so that we can start planning. From cancer care to accidental injuries to cardiac care, we all know that there are times that you can't control what happens in your life. But with Globe Life Family Heritage, you can be prepared to weather the storm when it comes. Call Dr. Beverly Eagle Rogers at 877-300-8269 or visit the website at globefamilyheritage.com. With over 25 years of serving communities, Dr. Beverly Eagles Rogers is here to help you and your family through difficult times. Dr. Beverly takes pride in Globe Life being one of the few companies that returns 100% of premiums to clients that stay healthy. So for more information, call Dr. Beverly Eagle Rogers at 877-300-8269 or visit the website at globelifefamilyheritage.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center. an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff presented by Toyota is back in Atlanta on August 29th, representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing the MEAC, Howard. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and bands.
This is BCS Game Time. I am Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, and we're here with the Commissioner, Dr. Charles McCullough of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And we have Kelvin Carter here. Let's get right into it. This is your fifth. Which number of media day is this for you? Have you counted them?
This is number 7.
Is it 7?
Yeah.
Time flies, doesn't it?
It does.
2026 SWAC Football Media Day. This kicks off the athletic year with multiple sports that you are charged with, but obviously everybody's interest today is with Football Media Day. Tell us how things are going for you.
Hey, so far so good. I think I certainly missed the predicted order of finish, so I'm pretty sure you guys have it.
We have it.
What is the predicted order of finish?
In the East, it has Alabama State. And then Jackson State.
Oh, wow. Alabama State was over Jackson State. Okay.
Alabama State over Jackson
All
State.
right.
And then in the West, it's Prairie View and then Grambling.
Oh, wow. Okay.
First place votes were pretty spread out. Obviously,
Right.
the top had the most of them. The ones in the middle, I think, is pretty framed. And I wanted to get in that question is just how balanced is the league? Even though you have your top-heavy folks that are predicted there, you drop down to actually 4 and 5. They're pretty clustered, and PBC it pretty evenly matched there. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's going to be as competitive as any other season that we've seen in quite some time. And it was really competitive last year. You really didn't know who was going to do what. You talk about Prairie View making it to the SWAC championship and elevating to the Celebration Bowl, but they literally needed the last second of the last quarter to beat Texas Southern, and similar
in the first game of the year.
They had the first game of the year, and it was similar at Alcorn, right?
Right.
So Prairie View's championship aspirations literally came down to the last seconds.
Wow.
With the addition of Quinn Gray at Florida A&M and Marshall Falk at Southern University, I think those programs are going to elevate even quicker than what most think. So I'm looking for a very, very competitive season. And I can tell you, Valley last year played a lot of competitive games.
Yes.
I think that they're turning the corner. They have additional scholarships in the program. As you know, it takes some years in order for your scholarships to kind of kick in and get all of the talent that you need. All of our programs are participating in either revenue sharing or name, image, and likeness. So, things are going well. I think the competitive nature of the game, and I know we'll probably get into the Black College Football poll, but to have 7 of the 10 teams in that poll tells you how competitive the SWAC is and will be.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. You got right into it. But we'll get back to the Black College poll. But I wanted to ask a little bit about SWAC TV.
Okay.
With SWAC TV being able to host an event, we've come up with the numbers all the way to about 3/4 of the athletic season. Are you able to give any updates on the SWAC TV in terms of numbers or just your general thoughts of how everything has come together so fast, it seems?
Well, I would say SWAC TV exploded much faster than what we thought. We thought that we would have an explosion, but we thought we would have had to, set some additional death charges.
Wow.
Our fans were waiting. They've been asking, and they responded in a very positive fashion. We had over 60 million minutes watched, which is a significant amount of minutes for a startup television station. We had some 480 events. We're probably going to have 1,000 this year. So we look for those numbers to go up tremendously. And people now know about SWAC TV, the quality, the production. I was ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater week 1, week 2.
Were
I
you?
was frustrated. Yeah, I was
Oh,
getting ready to say, let's throw everybody away and start all over again. But we were able to work through the kinks and get a lot of the production things out. And, people like Curtis Simon with HBCU Go gave me a lot of advice. Hey, Charles, you're
good.
just getting started. Calm down. These things happen. But our fans hung in there,
Yeah,
right?
good.
And the numbers have been tremendous. So keep watching SWAC TV and keep supporting. And as long as you watch and as long as you support, we'll be able to bring it to you in a high quality fashion.
Kevin, I'll let you follow up, and then I'll come back to the Black College
Well,
football
that
poll.
was my question about the appetite for what actually SWAC TV presented. My parents watch it, and the one thing that confuses them is when it goes to commercial break, it's kind of like, we'll be right back. And they were like, can you ask the commissioner what's next? Like, what does this look like as the product moves forward with the SWAC TV?
Commercials.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Big deal.
Yeah, the reason why it goes there is because of the commercial inventory. So as we continue to grow, we've been able to bring on some additional corporate partners. We signed a deal with a venture capitalist, MME, that's going to put us in a pool of being able to get a whole host of companies that are going to be able to advertise on SWAC TV. So when you have that, we'll be right back. That's just a commercial break. Now, I don't want to get too technical, right? But we're a part of an ad service.
Okay.
So if your mom is seeing that in her living room, Kenyatta could be seeing a commercial that somebody bought off of the ad serve. So you've seen some commercials. I think it's an airline that you've seen, Ford you've seen. So they're buying based upon who's watching. So in your television, you might not have anything showing. Somebody else might have a commercial that somebody purchased. Because of the demographics and because of TV, they know who's watching. They know that it's a female that's 58 years old with the median income of this, based upon them signing up with, Roku TV or Apple TV. So they're targeting. So they'll pay us to be able to target you individually.
Yeah, and that was one of the great parts about it. And you explained that about the private equity at Midwinter Conference for Alcorn State University,
right?
And that was the follow up. My mom was like, "What did he mean by that?" And you just explained it eloquently. That what's next is that the ads will be coming and that the revenue is there and that the eyes are there.
That's right. Absolutely, absolutely.
Let's go back to the Black College football poll.
Why are you smiling?
I like this. I like the poll. Inaugural season, we were able to do a little advertisement here. We had the SWAC Gametime that debuted last year, so we used that as a framing to introduce the poll, which is inclusive of all HBCUs at various levels. But you alluded to your excitement that 7 of the SWAC teams happen to be in the FCS Division I preseason. Talk a little bit more about why this Black College football poll could be important to the landscape and the fact that you had 7 teams in the poll.
Well, it's important because it's now legitimized by the 4 HBCU conferences, right? So you had all kind of polls that are out there, including your poll, which was all good, but it did not have the legitimacy of the 4 conferences.
Correct.
So for the 4 conferences to come together and to legitimize the poll, to go out and get the Black college media to participate in the poll, to go get the NFL to sanction it, the NCAA to sanction it, our television partners to sanction it, local media to sanction it, it is the official poll. And it has the depth, it has the weight, it has the knowledge that is deserving of Black college football poll. So even the coaches get an opportunity to vote.
That's
so
huge.
it's exhaustive across the board. So that's going to be the precipice of how we elevate our brand. Can you imagine, and I talked about this at the Celebration Bowl, the number 1 team in the nation versus the number 2 team in the nation participating in the Celebration Bowl. That brings a lot of intrigue. That brings all of the talking points. It already brought talking points. When it came out, I saw articles all across our footprint talking about their teams and what that poll meant to their team. So I think it's significant. And to have 7 teams out of 10, it just goes to the strength of the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Really good. Also, another component of the Black College football poll is the All-American team.
Yes.
Preseason All-American team will come after all the media days. are concluded. Again, that's the media days from SWAC, MEAC, CIAA, SIAC, as well as Tennessee State and the OVC Big South, A&T in Hampton out of the CAA. Chicago State in terms of those programs. All those media days will conclude. Then you'll get a All-American team, preseason, also a postseason All-American team. So I'm not sure if people realize, even though it was in the write-up, how big it is to have a framework of the Black College Football Poll that is inclusive of not just the poll rankings that could feature a number 1 versus number 2 in the Cricket Celebration Bowl, or 2 versus 3, if you would, in the SWAC championship game as well. But when you think about All-American teams and celebrating the players in that perspective, talk a little bit about that component of the Black College Football Poll.
Well, again, I think it's us recognizing our own. And I think nobody can recognize our own like us. And the weight, the brevity of what our student athletes go through on a day in and a day out basis, they need to be honored in such a manner at the end of the season. And I realize that you have all of these awards that are out there, but this is just another opportunity for us to prove how good our student athletes are. And to be named to any All-American team is important. But to be named to an All-American team by the people that watch you and the people that coach you and the people that play or coach against you is even more significant. And I think you're going to start to see other polls, other all-star teams, other rankings, other accolades, all are going to align to what our rankings, our All-American team aligns to, because we are the experts. We know best.
Great points made there. Let's get you out of here on this one in terms of just your general thoughts in terms of where the Southwestern Athletic Conference is going. So many things have been uplifted. Anything that people can look forward to?
Well, I think you can look forward to us trying to enhance and continue to refine not only SWAC TV, but the championships, the overall level of competitiveness. You know, we're in this business to do a couple of things: graduate student athletes and put on quality events. And I think that we're doing that at a very high level at our member institutions. Our presidents are on the same page, our ADs are on the same page, SWAs are on the same page, faculty reps are on the same page. We even met with the band directors, not all on the same page yet, but we're working on the band directors on the same page, right? So it is one fine-tuned machine, and I think what we have to do is continue to enhance. I know you always want us to drop a nugget here, a nugget there. What are we cooking up in the lab, as you say? You know, there's some cooking going on.
Okay.
Nothing ready to be
long as we know there's some cooking.
Right.
Stay tuned. It will come out. You've seen things drop little to here very timely.
He said he talked with the band director.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we get a lot of conversation about band, and I think that that's one of the misnomers about the conference. The conference doesn't necessarily govern bands.
I was going to ask that.
But the bands are a part of the conference structure because they're a part of the games.
Right.
So we do our best to be able to engage the band directors. We understand their plight, so we try to work with them to kind of ease a lot of the tensions that they have with, you know, when they go, when they don't go on the field, how they transcend getting into the stadiums, out of the stadiums. All of that comes under our umbrella. But most of the bands are academic units, right? So they're not necessarily governed by the Southwestern Athletic Conference, but some of their actions are. What we are trying to do is to get them back into the fold to where they have a voice within the athletic structure and to be a part of the decision-making process.
Could you see that ever changing, or is it best that they're just ancillary where you get to work with them in that framework? How challenging even would that look from your experience really as an AD, VP, associated with the NCAA, but understanding the cultural aspects of it?
Well, it's complex.
Right.
And I'm smart enough now to say I'm going to let the experts in that arena handle that and figure that out. I know at Texas Southern at one point they might still be a part of the athletics department. I think there's arguments for both.
Okay.
But the band hall, the band room, is a academic
setting.
And I think that's the basis of it being that. And then the marching aspect is kind of a student activities
a byproduct of it.
byproduct. So I think there's no right or wrong.
Yes, sir.
I just think from a conference standpoint, we want to continue to enhance. And that is the reason why on SWAC TV, we show the halftime performances,
Oh my
right?
God. It's amazing.
So, we don't go to a studio show. That's intentional because our fans ask for the ability to see the halftime show. And SWAC TV gives us that opportunity to deliver.
You just answered a question that's been going on in band groups in one swoop. Because that was the number one question as to why,
I agree.
like you just mentioned, it's an academic unit. But however, since it's so much a part of the Saturday experience with the football team, the game.
We work with them.
Because we were just asking, we was like, wouldn't it be neat to have the band director and the drum major here at SWAC Media Day? But again, now makes sense.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Would that be something that you could work with ancillary where it was outside of that? Maybe it was the day before or something like that. If the band directors came to the table and were able to find a funding mechanism to help support it, is that something that
Well, I think that's part of what we're trying to do is utilize our resources to be able to help the band get some resources.
That's amazing.
If you go back to
That's amazing.
Bayou Classic, I think you saw Southern University do the General Motors sign. Well, that came through us. So that was a part of our deal, and we went to the band and said this was an idea from General Motors, and we actually paid the band to do so. So we're trying to create revenue-generating opportunities through our existing opportunities. The more people that sees the band, the more we can do that. So we're working and we're trying to implement the band in all that we do. Again, it's difficult because they're not a part of our core functionality, but we understand the importance and we want to do more and more as time goes on.
Well, let's get you back to your core functionality. Also, you kick off with women's soccer and volleyball.
Yes.
Talk a little bit about the excitement and how those preseason predictions will come out pretty soon as well.
Yeah, they're coming out. Women's soccer is extremely competitive. Volleyball is
deep.
Very, very deep. And we have a commitment to our Olympic programs and our women's sports.
Yes.
Didn't ask this question, but people ask, flag football is coming on as an emerging sport. What is SWAC going to do about flag football? We have 2 institutions that play flag football, but keep in mind, we have already 18 sponsored sports within the Southwestern Athletic Conference. 10 of those are women's sports. And what we want to do is enhance and pour into those current sports. There is no current model within the Southwestern Athletic Conference or conversations to add women's flag football. Not to say that there won't be in the future, but you're starting to see a lot of conferences, especially at the mid-major level, i.e. the MEAC, adding women's flag football. But you have to look at the amount of sports that they're sponsoring. They're sponsoring 14 sports and 15 sports. We're already at 18. We don't want to tax our institutions.
Right.
But as they continue to add flag football, we'll continue to look at it. Going back to your question, volleyball is important. We put a lot of resources into volleyball. Soccer is important. We put a lot of resources, and we don't want to take resources out of those programs to try to start a program because volleyball, soccer, softball, women's cross country, women's outdoor, women's indoor, women's bowling, women's basketball, those things are extremely, extremely important. We put a lot of money into it to try to make those programs growing and thriving.
Yeah, if there's any indication, I know it's springing a long way away, but that softball tournament in terms of the volleyball tournament
But
in the fall.
think about this.
They are, man, they have the emotional weight that a lot of folks, SWAC TV brings it to you.
Right.
Women's soccer, too.
Yeah, but you talk about SWAC TV, the Women's Golf Championship at one of the most pristine courses, Robert Trent Jones, right?
Yeah, great point.
For our women golf program. And we just got, enough programs back with Jackson State adding theirs to get our AQ back, right? Yeah. It's important for us to invest. Our women tennis program, for our tennis championship to be on SWAC TV, we are investing in our women sports, and we want to do it at a high level, and we don't want to take away. And those programs are really, really important to us.
That'll do it. Well, you heard it from the Southwestern Athletic Conference Commissioner, Dr. Charles McCullen. I am Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, and you have Kevin Carter. That is the Black College Sports Network. Game time. We'll be right back after this break.
Define AQ.
Oh, AQ is automatic qualifier. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
So our golf team, women's golf team, now the winner gets a chance to go
To go to the
participate in the
NCAA.
NCAA.
Oh, that's big.
Right.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
That's close.
Perfect.
All right.
Yep. Good stuff.
Oh, man. BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
For over 30 years, HBCU Image has been more than just an apparel store. We've been a movement, a statement, a legacy. We celebrate the pride, the purpose, and the culture that make historically Black colleges and universities legendary. HBCU Image, a Kenny T's company.
Introducing the HBCU Trivia Game. It's more than a board game. It's a journey to the legacy of historically Black colleges and universities. Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up. Start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that can propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, you stay put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation wins. The HBCU Trivia Game. Support, educate, entertain. Available now. Let the journey begin.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL on August 29th with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff, presented by Toyota, representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing the MEAC, Howard, Bulldogs, Spicer, the Marching Maroon and White, the Showtime Marching Band, the premier FCS matchup in primetime, with a kickoff trophy up for grabs. Join us pre-game for fan jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACChallenge.com.
All right, welcome back to the Black College Sports Network's Game Time live coverage here from the 2026, thank you, SWAC Media Day. Brian Fulford alongside Kelvin Rozier, and of course joining us is our head coach of the O&G, of Florida A&M University, Coach Quinn Fordham-Gray Sr. Coach, first SWAC Media Day.
Yeah.
How you feeling about it?
Man, I'm feeling great, man. It's been a really great experience so far. You know, seeing all of the coaches last night as they got in and sort of kind of mingling with, some of the players from other teams and things of that magnitude. Looking forward to a great year.
Always when you come to these SWAC Media Days, storylines aplenty, and we are never shy of storylines. But one of the things that caught my eye, I was looking at the preseason predicted order of finish, so I'm going to go ahead and get us going. And just in case you didn't know, Florida A&M, predicted by the SIDs and other head coaches, 4th in the Eastern Conference. I'm not surprised by that, but
Right.
what's your impressions when you hear the preseason predicted order of finish?
You do know pre means before, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do.
So
I remember.
to me, it don't matter.
Okay.
You know, it's opinionated,
Mhm.
based on things from last year, and then based on people that are supposedly returning, and maybe some expectations of some transfers and things of that magnitude. So for us, it's about putting the work in and seeing where those predictions fall at the end of the season, post season.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? So
Yes,
for
sir.
me, the preseason rankings don't really hold a whole lot of weight with me.
Okay. Great answer. Kelvin, go ahead.
There's always something to play for. Every day that you put them pads on and you go out there to practice, there's a lot to play for. You know, what happened with the APR bands and all that good stuff. It was unfortunate because a lot of these guys that are here now have nothing to do with it, right? So for us, we gave those guys about a week to deal with their feelings, to deal with whatever they wanted to do. If they wanted to decide to leave the program and because they had the opportunity to go to another program and maybe be able to compete for a championship, but that's no guarantee anyway, right?
Right, exactly.
But you know, for us, it was giving them time to deal with their feelings and deal with the people that's going to be in their ear. And once they made that decision to stay, you know, now it's time to lock in, right? We don't want to hear about the APR anymore, because if you decide to stay, then you know what we're working towards and you know what it is, right? So for us, you know, our guys have been at work all summer long since May 11th. We've got about 80 guys on campus since May 11th, and they've been putting the work in because they understand, despite not playing for a SWAC championship or a Celebration Bowl, with the new HBCU poll, we still can be the #1 team in the country.
That
There
part,
you go.
yes,
So
sir.
we still have things that we can play for, and goals that we can obtain, and you still can be the #1 team in the SWAC, right? Outside of just not playing for the SWAC championship, that's just the only thing, right? So for us, we still have targets and goals that we want to hit, and we're going to try to obtain those things all season long.
And to that point, Coach, so you got fall ball starting, practice in a couple of weeks. What are you looking forward to get accomplished, and what do your team needs to be before they line up against Albany State first game?
Together, and that's what it's been all about since we got step foot on campus. When you do your assessment as a coach, you come in the first 60, 90 days, you do your assessment of the program and where it's at. There was a lot of separation in terms of selfish things going on within the program. So the one thing that we wanted to do is make sure we set the standard of what our expectations were going to be as a program. We're all in, right? Attitude, little things, love, intelligence, and now. And that's coupled around service, sacrifice, and respect. And our guys understand that now, and they've done a tremendous job of coming together over these last couple of months during the summer and starting to build that foundation that we want as it relates to the culture of our program. So, you know, the biggest thing is making sure when we get in, we're going back old school, Kelvin. So, you know, when we get in camp on July 28th, we're moving into Samson.
Okay.
You're gonna park them cars. You're gonna give us them keys.
All
You know what I
right.
mean? So,
All right.
if you got a dog at the house, you better get his affairs in order for at least 2 weeks, because we're gonna be on campus for 2 weeks, and we're gonna build this thing the way we need to build it, and make sure that if you're gonna be a part of this thing, you're gonna understand what it is and what it's supposed to look, right? So, you know, I had a chance to go sit with Coach Billy on yesterday. You know, he's here in Birmingham.
Right.
You know, Coach Billy was excited about that. So, you know, we're looking forward to getting the guys back on campus and starting to build this thing into what it is that we want it to be.
I know you got to go real quick, but I want you to talk about the two guys you brought with you real quick and why you brought them.
Obviously, for us, Antonio Kamen is a guy that once we got on campus, you know, he immediately established himself as one of the leaders. He had a really good year last year, and the expectation for him obviously is to raise his level of play. He's got 2 years left of eligibility. He had a tremendous spring for us. And we're looking for, and he's been tremendous in the classroom as well. So for us, we won't bring anybody here that's questionable in the classroom as it relates to what we're trying to get done. And then obviously with Isaiah, he's the leader on the offensive side of the ball, and one of the leaders that have come and established himself as a leader within the team, not just on offense. So for us, we brought two guys that we felt have developed themselves into leaders in the program, and giving them the opportunity to come represent their teammates here at SWAC Media Day.
Great.
All right, Coach, we appreciate your time. We look forward to talking to Isaiah and Antonio a little bit later on. So, again, for Kelvin Rozier, I'm Brian Fulford, the ONG Strike Zone, Coach Quinn Fordham Gray Sr. Fangs up.
Fangs up.
For the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics, there's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
If you've ever told yourself, I want to get into real estate but don't know where to start, here's something just for you. From Friday, July 31st to Sunday, August 2nd, the Learn Real Estate Fast Masterclass is coming to McKenzie Office Park in College Park. You'll learn wholesaling, commercial investing, and how to purchase property with zero money or credit. I can tell you, education and access are everything. This masterclass is designed to give you both. Whether you're brand new or ready to level up, this is where you start making real moves. Enjoy free lunch, free study materials, and receive a certification of completion. So don't wait. Seats are filling fast. Do not sit on the sidelines while others build wealth. Take that first step toward ownership and legacy. Get your tickets now at learnrealestatefast.com or tickpick.com. For more information, call 678-859-3303. Master the market, build your legacy, secure your future today.
Introducing the HBCU Trivia Game. It's more than a board game. It's a journey to the legacy of historically Black colleges and universities. Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up. Start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, you stand put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation wins. The HBCU Trivia Game. Support, educate, entertain. Available now. Let the journey begin.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL on August 29th with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff presented by Toyota, representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing the MEAC, Howard, Bulldogs, Spicer, the Marching Maroon and White, the Showtime Marching Band, the premier FCS matchup in primetime with a kickoff trophy up for grabs. Join us pre-game for fans, jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACChallenge.com.
This one. There we go. Look, I got 5 cameras on and I got all these lights. This is the impromptu part. Okay, thank you, producer. You know, my on-site producer head and directing me on which camera. Welcome back to our live coverage of the 2026 SWAC Football Media Day, live here at the Sheridan in Birmingham, Alabama. Brian Fulford, Kelvin Rozier, Carlos Brown. You know, in between the mix of coaches and administrators and student athletes that we'll talk to. Every now and then we'll get a chance, guys, to just really chop it up. This is called filler time. So this is that point of the show where we get to tell some lies and
or the truth.
Or the truth. Well, depending upon who you are, right? And we get to talk about some of the things we have. So let's go through the predicted order of finish. We have graphics for that. We have graphics. I know we got no graphics, but if you check our social media handle at my BCSN1 on Instagram and on Twitter. I know our guy Ja is putting up some great graphics for the predicted order of finish. Okay, so here we go. I don't know how much of a surprise I'll go. You want me to go from 6 to 1? 6 to 1. Okay,
let's start with the West.
Let's start with the West. Okay, in sixth, predicted is UAPB with 32 points. In fifth, Southern University, 65 points, but one first place vote, Carlos.
Interesting.
Very interesting. In fourth, Texas Southern with 79 points and one first place vote. In third, Alcorn State, 90 points and one first place vote. In second, Grambling State with 93 points and two first place votes. And the number one predicted team is Prairie View A&M, 130 points, 19 first place votes. Carlos, first impression when you look at the West predicted order of finish. Any surprises there for you?
Yeah, a couple, but let's start with first Prairie View, defending SWAC football champions, Western Division champions. No surprise there. Sometimes a lot of this is the polls are built on what you've done the previous year. Now, Grambling State second, Alcorn third, Texas Southern fourth, Southern fifth. I'll be honest with you, you might could even put their names in a hat and pick them. They're kind of evenly matched.
What, like 2 from 5? Throw them in a hat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course, we focus a lot on Southern University. Surprised, but then not surprised. But fifth, I thought maybe second, third, fourth, somewhere in there. But what I like about these polls, in the beginning, you compare it, and then contrast at the end. The prognosticators, did they get it right? How many were right? Where did they end up? So at the end of the year, when the football season's over, you can look back and see who was right, who came close, who weren't close at all. So yeah, the West, but I couldn't argue with Prairie View. They are the defending champions.
I got you. All right, live television here, folks. Remember that, live TV. Kelvin, what about your impressions on the Western Division?
I look at things a little bit different. I like to, as an analyst, I actually like to analyze data. So I'm looking at who actually coming back for each team, how much production they lost, the coaching, whether you're bringing in a new coach, new quarterback, who got the best quarterbacks, because typically in our league, who got established quarterbacks usually have a leg up. So in looking at that prediction of order, I understand Prairie View, got the coaching tree. First year, he did a bang job. But, they had a lot of players that went in and out of that program. And so can they catch lightning in the bottle twice? We'll see. I can understand them being number one. I wouldn't do it just because they were the champs last year, though. So, but looking at the West, there's a lot of question marks in the West, frankly. Texas Southern, you just don't know if they can take that next step. Southern has a new coach. And a lot of new players, so you don't know how that's going to come together. So given that kind of analytics, I'm okay with how they rated the West, and I think it's pretty accurate. It's kind of close to what I probably would have predicted too. But I will say this, and I'm interested to hear you all thoughts on this. I don't know that there's a huge difference between one through, say, 4.
So you said something interesting. If you had a vote, or just even your own personal preseason predicted order for the West, would you have made Prairie View A&M number one?
By default, probably. And what I mean by default, I don't see anybody behind them. Maybe Grambling, but right now in the transfer report era, there's so much movement from players returning and going to FCS or FBS. And so you don't have the continuity, so you don't know. So I would put Prairie View first based on coaching.
I was gonna say so.
Yeah.
So it's more of a respecting on
the
Coach Jackson and
Yep.
what you've seen him do, not only in year one, but maybe
Yes.
even thinking about what he's done in the past historically.
Right. Absolutely.
Interesting. Carlos, would you have also picked Prairie View number one?
Yeah, and to Kevin's point, now with the transfer portal, now going forward, it's only once a year you can transfer, and then when the clock starts, when the freshmen come in, you got 5 years to play.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a major change to me. So a lot of times you can get that quick help for the transfer portal. You're not going to be able to do. I mean, they'll only be able to transfer one time.
Yeah.
And unless it's an emergency, a parent, passed away or something like that.
Yeah.
But other than that, so now it gets to who's going to be able to develop players.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a key point. And I'll say this: Coach Dooley, first year at Southern, won the West. Coach Graves, first year. Now, don't ask me what happened in year two. The first year they won it, and Coach Jackson at Prairie View, his first year, they won it. And the year Southern won it, they were picked fourth. So analytics is good and stuff, analyze it, but sometimes they don't tell all of the numbers.
It sounds like you just pulled out a strange trend. Do I? You hear what you heard? What I heard?
I heard
it seems like he doesn't want to say it, Kelvin, but it sounds like somebody out of
history. He's saying history might repeat itself.
Exactly. That one person might
coach.
not.
It's 3 years in a row.
That one
3 years in a row.
That one person could be correct by picking Southern first. He might be on to something.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't get a kiss of death with Coach Jackson at Prairie View.
Well,
but year
you can't
two,
be worried about him. You did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That's Carlos Brown. So you Prairie View A&M folks, you get after him. But
Oh, yeah.
I love that. I may have to steal that about Southern.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Really, what can you say? It's factual.
It is. It is.
Now, they had a little good luck and fortune. You win three or four games by less than 7 points, but a win is a win.
One last question regarding the West. Prairie View last year, I thought were the Hunters. Are they in a position where actually are they the hunted now? I don't know, because again, if you think about
I would say
what's
so.
coming back, so you think that even with the losses that they had and the turnovers, which again we're all trying to figure that out here, honestly, and figure out who is coming back, who isn't. But you do feel like they're the hunted now this year,
without question, without a doubt.
Okay.
Yeah,
and that's a different kind of mentality you have to have, especially if you have historically haven't been the hunted. You haven't been at the top of the mountain. It's hard to stay there, but once you get there, everybody gunning at you, man. You the game of the year for everybody. So Coach Jackson is used to this, right?
He is.
He's experienced it. But I don't know as a team if the team understands that, and that's going to be the key. How they prepare and understand, because they actually won a lot of close games last year too.
They did.
So it'll be interesting, that dynamic.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll add is Prairie View has been in the SWAC championship 3 of the last 5 years, of course, winning last year. So it's not a program that is unfamiliar with, and they've done it every other year. So that means there are some carryovers, and even though I think they've done it now with 2 different coaches in those 5 years. So
did they go undefeated last year in conference?
You got me. No,
I don't think so.
No, they did lose. They did. I don't have the official standings from last year. I don't think they did lose one.
Okay.
I don't think anybody went undefeated last year. I think the highest was 7-1. 7-1. Okay, let's move over to the Eastern Division. From 6-1, picked 6th, Mississippi Valley State with 29 points. In 5th, Alabama A&M with 66 points and 1 first place vote. In 4th, Florida A&M with 70 points. In 3rd, Bethune-Cookman with 71 points. In 2nd place, Jackson State, 122 points, 7 first place votes. And in 1st, Alabama State, 131 points, 16 first place votes. Kelvin, I'll start with you. Out of the East, I don't think there's any surprises with Jackson State and Alabama State 1-2, 2-1,
No.
whatever.
No.
How do you make the rest of what's your take on the rest of the East?
I want you to read the point differential between 3 and 5.
Okay, Bethune-Cookman 71 points, Florida A&M 70 points, Alabama A&M 66 points. That's 3, 4, and 5.
So to that point, there's a lot. They're saying that there's a tier and there's a lot of parity within the middle of the East. So I think I understand. I'm okay that 1 and 2. It is what it is. But I don't believe anybody's gonna go undefeated. And again, because of all the NILs and people moving and graduation and roster change as well as coordinator changes, is a guess in the dark essentially. So we'll see. But if you're gonna do a preseason prediction, you got to put it. You got to pick something that you using to come up with that. So I'm okay with it.
Carlos, your thoughts quickly here on the Eastern Division.
Quickly, yeah, man. Bethune, I raised FAMU, put them in the 3. Bethune Cookman 4, and I get it. They won the big classic at the end of the year.
Thanks for reminding me.
And then Jackson State and Alabama State. A lot of people are talking about it could go either way. I personally had Jackson State at the top, but the biggest one that jumps out, I would switch FAMU and Bethune Cookman.
Okay. Interesting to hear more of our team talk about the predicted order of finish. But coming up shortly, we're going to talk to one of the head coaches from the Western Division. The head coach of Alcorn State University is going to be on the screen with some of us here as we talk to him coming up shortly. So stay tuned. We got more live coverage here from the 2026 SWAC Football Media Day live here in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right.
Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up, start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, you stay put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation wins. The HBCU Trivia Game. Support, educate, entertain. Available now. Let the journey begin.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL on August 29th with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff presented by Toyota, representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing the MEAC, Howard, Bulldogs, Spicer, the Marching Maroon and White, the Showtime Marching Band, the premier FCS matchup in primetime with a kickoff trophy up for grabs. Join us pre-game for fans jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACChallenge.com.
Hey, glad to be back here at SWAC Media Day. I'm with the head coach of the Alcorn State University Braves and Malcolm Jones, former Braves. Big author here. So let's talk about it, Coach. How you feeling about the team?
I'm blessed. Guys are in, excited. They working, and so I'm excited where we are right now.
Okay, what's been the biggest surprise of the fall camp?
Just the mindset. The mindset. I think after the last game of the season, being close and those guys not being satisfied with a more victory, you can just kind of see a pep in their step. You can see the extra, 2-3 yards after the run. If it's 10 yards, they're going 12. If it's 4 sets of 8, they doing 10. And I think they understand the impact of just finishing. When you look at 6 games by less than 35 points, you can only attribute it to one thing, and that's finishing. So we got to have a more to combat mentality to be able to come out the gate and finish, a lot of these games from last year.
I like that, Malcolm. You heard what he said, a Mortal Kombat mentality.
Yes, sir.
What you
Yes,
got?
sir.
What can you ask, Coach, that might be similar to when you played?
So, one thing I'd like to ask Coach, I kept up with them last year, and they finished strong last year. What's going to be the key this year to getting out of the gate fast, to start fast?
That's a really good question. I think it's just more sort of continuity and them guys understanding that, hey, look, you got to start strong. But that's in practice. We practice in the
That's
morning.
right. That's
So
right.
that's, even, getting up early, being on the field for pre-practice, 10 to 20 minutes early, doing things, and just, getting that clock started a whole lot more. When you look at the first snap of last year, it goes over the punt ahead, and we snap the football every single day when you come to Alcorn practice. And so that's just us, being disciplined in our job description and doing it at a high level. So I think it's just ultimately going to boil down to how we put the landscape around them from a practice standpoint, from a walkthrough standpoint, and just pushing all those meetings and everything up to being on time, 5 minutes early, as opposed to creeping in the meeting exactly when the time starts.
Yeah. My old football coach used to say, if you're on time, you're late.
Ain't no doubt. Yes, sir.
Well, one thing that you just said is something that Tolbert talked about. He said this is the first time that they've had a strong level of continuity. And I asked him, I said, well, how many guys have been with you last year? So how many new guys that you bring in versus how many of these guys are going to be back together, the team continuity, the unity, and like you said, getting that pep in your step and getting ready to go?
I think it was less than 20.
Wow.
Just on the newcomers. You look at the signing day. We only signed about, anywhere from 23 to 17 kids,
Okay.
that was in there. And so the years prior, it was a surplus of 30 to 35.
Okay.
When you're taking the new age, new NIL and transfer portal, I've lost 23 kids in 2 years.
Wow.
And so to be able to go this year and only have to bring in 17 to kind of fix those holes says a lot of guys who had opportunity to go elsewhere but decided to stay and finish the mission. And I also just think that was the 0-5 and those guys believing, down the stretch and having the chance that they can finish the deal.
Right. And I think I saw it at the end of the season, because I saw the fourth game and then I saw Jackson State, and what I saw was a group that was committed to being together. So you're saying you only had to bring in 13 to 20 players. So we're right back at about 65 players of the same roster from last year.
Oh, without a doubt.
That's going to be big.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
So that creates the type of continuity that the Braves should be used to. So moving forward, what are your thoughts around Southern Heritage Classic? But let's not overstep this. What are your thoughts about that game in Florence, North Alabama?
I think it's huge. That program going for Division II. I watched them many years when Tony Peck, my old D coordinator, was there, and I'm right there in Cleveland. They had some knockout battles with Delta State back in the day when they were Division II. So I know a lot about that program, and I watched them go up the ranks to Division I. When I was at Southern Miss, we played them when they was making that transition. They just now opening that stadium, and so we want to play those type games. We want to get those games on the schedule. At the podium last night, from an NFL standpoint, they saying in those first 4 games, that's what the scouts gonna look at the most. And so when you look at a game like that in Southern Miss, these guys who want opportunities to play on the next level, then these are guys that they really got to show, can they play and hold their own. So I'm excited about that. Going over to Florence is a really, really great atmosphere to be able to play in. And so I'm excited about it.
Brand new stadium for them. So that's going to be a good opening as well. And see, for the first time in about 8 years, and Malcolm, I remember vividly when we were in school, we had home openers. We'd have a game. So this is about the first time. So we got miles on 829. It's going to be, I believe, 8, almost 9 SWAC schools are playing on that day. You got the MEAC SWAC Challenge, which used to be the only game. Mm-hmm. And now we've built it into a great Saturday of Black college football. How you feel about Miles coming in, but more so the impact of the home opener on the rest of the season?
Awesome. That's kudos to the administration for getting that done, because that wasn't on the schedule,
right.
And I think it's going to go away from the mindset of week 0, because back in the day, like you said, it was a week 0 when maybe 1 or 2 teams played. Now the whole nation is playing. And so I think that's just going to turn into week 1, ultimately. But, shout out to Dr. Cook, and the administration for getting that game in, to be at home, to have the guys ready. We're already in camp, there, on campus. So, getting the dorms and everything provided for them. We're excited about it. That team, won a championship a couple of years ago. Got a great pedigree, from a coaching standpoint. It's good players on that league. You look what Coach Shea doing, at A&M. And he took a lot of those Division II kids with him. And so we got a few Division II, team players on our schedule, from a roster standpoint. And so we're excited about that one because it's the first one. But we still got a lot of work to do. But we definitely won't take those guys light. We ain't in no position to be saying it's Division II. And just thinking they're going to show up and roll over. But it's definitely going to give us a litmus. But it's a whole lot better than UAB and Vanderbilt, I tell you that.
Right. Yeah. So now here's a question that Malcolm and I both have. And it's non-football, but it's life-related because football teaches life. What's the conversation with these young men about when the ball stops spinning and when the cleats come off and when all this is over with, what's the conversation about where we going in life, next steps as men, and what we gonna do with our families if we're gonna have families, or how is that conveyed on a daily basis? Because Malcolm's written a book about his experience with that and the foundations of it and what started with his football coach.
So for us, it starts in the recruiting process. The minute I get in that living room, my first sale is school. Like, if you don't go to school, you can't come outside and have recess.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go to school, you can't come outside and have recess. And I can only speak from my background. I made a 15 on the test, 5 times. Mom didn't go to college. Dad didn't go to college. But and I signed with Pine Bluff. But those coaches told me if I got my associate and got my degree, they'll return that scholarship from me. So that was the first time that a man outside of my dad gave me his word and he stood on it. So I had to go to junior college, and some of those same teachers who called me stupid said, because of my numerical, such as the ACT, I wasn't gonna make it, and got my associates, and that they had that scholarship for me right there at Pine Bluff. And so once I understood that, I knew from a coaching standpoint when I got to Pine Bluff, and I played with 4 guys to get drafted: Dante Wesley, Greg Wesley, Chris Angus, and Courtney Van Buren. This ain't no free agent now. These guys getting their name called. We actually in the dorm when Greg Wesley get his name called. We got to take him to the airport. Out. So we around champions. But you watching guys when you get there, the Coach Tottens of the world, rest in peace to Willie Fultons, who was at Alcorn. All those guys came from Alcorn, coming from that Coach Cooley tree where you had to go to school. It was breakfast check.
Yeah.
And you had to go to breakfast check and you didn't play or they rolled a mess out you. So I just took that metric, from the football side and applied to life. So that same discipline and structure that you're using, being on time, for meetings and doing things, you got to apply it to life. And so for us, inside, we just giving them a format for living. I could care less what the W's and L's look like if I got to cut corners with these young brothers when they got to go get these jobs. Because when bad things happen, that judge ain't going to ask how many touchdowns you scored or how many yards you got.
Stats don't matter.
On that transcript or that job description, it ain't going to have how many people you made miss or how many games you won. They're going to want to know what kind of skill set you got, what kind of paperwork you got, what type of certification do you have. And we talk about that inside the meeting room. And so it starts with the school approach. We say school is cool. And if not, there's no way I can ask you to, actually get a play, process it in 35 seconds with all these moving pieces. You got 5 months to make alphabets that's going to align you with success for the rest of your life, and you don't do that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you got to come over here and sit with me.
Yeah.
But the most important part, things I feel like where the landscape is changing now, you getting moms and dads, asking more so why he ain't playing as opposed to why he ain't going to school. And so it's going to be one way. Where we at? You go to school, come outside, let's have fun. You don't go to school, you look through the blinds and you watch them have fun.
Well, Coach, what can we expect from the offense this year? What type of a style of offense are we gonna play? What can we expect? Can we expect a vertical passing game, horizontal, a quick game? What is it we looking for? A strong run game?
Hey, that's a DB talking. That's a football coach.
Yeah.
Football coach. Yeah. They give you chills now. You talking about scheme and schematic.
Hey, let's go. Let's go.
Yes, sir. But got an amazing OC, and I think you saw a glimpse of it. At the end of the year when we kind of got away from that 11 personnel and got more of a 10. Spread. This is a spread league. It's a fast league. Jalen does an amazing job. This kid got a 3.8 and gonna be a vet in grad school now.
I love it.
Process information and be able to see it. And so we'll be fast. We'll be fast. We're gonna take what the defense give us, but we want to push the football down the field. We feel like he has the arm to do it. We feel like we got the wide outs, Jamar KO on the edge, 6'4" wide out, that's athletic.
Big guy.
We expected him to be able to go catch some of those 50-50 balls and just get a lighter box for the run game. I think we'll be able to get some 4-1 boxes where we can hand that ball off, to Carl McDonald and let him make some people miss in space. And so you're going to be excited about, what's happening offensively. And it was just a small piece of sample size them last couple of games of the year.
Yeah, I love watching it as the year progressed, the changes you guys made on offense. But, both of us are ball coaches, so we know that offense sells tickets, but defense pretty much wins championships. What are we going to look like on defense? 4-2-5. What are we doing? I know that's your thing.
Yep, it'll be multiple. You know, we'll start out in a 4-down look, but you got a kid like Eric Thomas that can kick out when you go to a 3-3-5. You know, he can go to an outside linebacker.
Yeah.
You know, and drop in coverage, and we got to do that for him too, because you know when the scouts come, they're gonna want to see him have a multiple skill set. You know,
Okay.
They want to see him rush the passer, drop in coverage. So we're gonna do that for him, and we got guys that can play those multiple spots. And so you'll see some 3-high stuff. You look at Prairie View and how they stymied the league, you know, with some 3-high structure.
Yep.
So I'm gonna take. I told T Jack, you know, we're gonna get some of that. You know, I know what it does when you're talking about a middle field open, middle field closed rubric. So you know, we'll be multiple. You know, and just watching Coach Rowe matriculate in the profession, his third year being a D coordinator. I've been hands off. I've just been kind of in a sounding board for him, but watching him grow and get better.
Yeah.
We expecting those guys to do an amazing job defensively, but it's gonna look like the all corner O. It's gonna be some press man. It's gonna be some one safety.
Oh man. So we gonna walk down and lock down, coach.
We're gonna get a piece of some
my.
Some press man. So you know,
my.
we discussed last season. You talked about that eye in the sky. How'd you retool up top with your guys that'll be relaying your information with the defensive staff? You said you were adding some pieces to that. Where you successfully got what you need.
So we got some new coaches in. You know, Coach Rowe will come down. You know, we got
he gonna come down to the sideline.
He'll be on the
Okay.
sideline.
Oh yes, sir.
And you know, we'll move. You know, we'll move Coach Smith. Coach Smith was at Rice last year. You know, he's a little bit more seasoned. You know, he can handle the box. You know, he can give us the feedback that Coach Rowe needs. You know, and all that intel. You know, we got Shadron, you know, Davis. He was at Sewell Ross, a really good Division II school, taking over the special team part.
All right.
So he'll be down. You know.
So you'll be giving it up now.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay. The special team.
I'm gonna let them have it. I gotta stay on these refs, man.
You gotta work them.
Yeah.
You gotta work them on.
Being nice just had to work. I meet them pregame and I tell them, hey, I ain't doing no cutting up. And all of a sudden they give T-Mac 5 down. You know, I gotta do some cutting up, bro. I gotta do some cutting up. Y'all take this special team right now. Let me handle it real. But those guys do a great job. But just the managing piece for me, you know, and I got to critique myself. And when I go back and look at some things last year, those some things that I got to do a better, you know, job of being in place where I can get to the refs to get a timeout. You know, looking at the management aspect and making sure that I'm putting the team in the best position to be successful. Because you know, at the end of the day, I know what the players can do. And I don't want to be that coach to just put it on the players. You know, I want to be that coach to take it off, you know, the players and put them in the best position to be successful. And last year I didn't do that, you know, wholeheartedly. So when I go back and critique myself, and you talk to the Leslie Fraser, you talk to, you know, the Jimmy Giles and my mentor, Dennis Thomas, you know, those guys, you know, can give me some insight and some things that I can continue to grow. Yeah. And even Coach Hop, you know, he looked at a lot of it. He was at the Mississippi State game. He gives me a lot of leadership things to kind of grow off of. And so
that's good stuff.
We start with self-critique inside, and you know, I don't have you know, I got thick skin. You know, I can get
you got to be as a football coach.
And I know I didn't do things you know, always right on that sideline from a management standpoint. So I'll be better, and it starts with me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Coach. Thanks, Malcolm. We're live here, SWAC Media Day. The guys are going to come back with some poll talk, and we're going to really talk about. I know you looked at the Black College Football poll. We got 7 out of the top 10 teams that are in there, or SWAC schools that lets you know they're good in our prognosis as players. So thanks so much for coming to talk to us, Coach. Thanks, Jones, for coming to just see, you know, be here with us. And it's a great day. So we're going to go to commercial. And when we come back, we'll come back with some FAMU news.
A.D. Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Planning an event? From weddings to corporate functions, CMJ Events LLC brings over 15 years of experience to make your vision a reality. Based in Metro Atlanta and serving statewide, even internationally, we provide versatile event planning and authentic catering cuisines tailored to your needs. Whether it's pre-game meals for student athletes, fundraisers, weddings, corporate functions, CMJ Events LLC is your one-stop solution for exceptional service and unforgettable food. Our diverse culinary heritage means we cater to all cultural tastes, dietary needs, and food restrictions. making every meal uniquely yours. Let's make your next event unforgettable. Visit us on all social media at CMJ Events LLC or email us at cmjeventsllc@gmail.com. Also give us a call at 404-664-3882 so that we can start planning. From cancer care to accidental injuries to cardiac care, we all know that there are times that you can't control what happens in your life. But with Globe Life Family Heritage, you can be prepared to weather the storm when it comes. Call Dr. Beverly Eagle Rogers at 877-300-8269 or visit the website at globelifefamilyheritage.com. With over 25 years of serving communities, Dr. Beverly Eagles Rogers is here to help you and your family through difficult times. Dr. Beverly takes pride in Globe Life being one of the few companies that returns 100% of premiums to clients that stay healthy. So for more information, call Dr. Beverly Eagle Rogers at 877-300-8269 or visit the website at globelifefamilyheritage.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff presented by Toyota is back in Atlanta on August 29th. Representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing the MEAC, Howard. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and bands.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the BCSN Gametime Show. I am Roy Evans, and it is almost that time. We're getting there. It's the preseason. You know that we are coming in and getting ready to really get excited about what's going to be happening. Now, of course, you all know that last year we did the BCSN Gametime Show in partnership with SWAC TV. So we were there, we were around, did an hour-long show, and we were having some fun going around to all the different locations and being a part of it. But that was just a small portion of what we've always wanted to do and that we're returning to doing. This year, we go back to exactly what we're looking for, making the BCSN Gametime Show and the Tailgate Saturday an integral part of your entire Saturday of HBCU sports and athletics. To that end, one of the things that we've always talked about doing is making sure that we educate as well as entertain the masses on HBCU history, because we are all children of HBCUs and we love them. We keep them in our hearts. But hey, if we don't teach and train the next generation of folks about who we are, what we've done, and why HBCUs are so important, well, we're going to miss that. Well, to that end, we have decided to reach out and create a partnership, because y'all know us. We're all about partnerships. We're all about working together. Culture always works great when we work together. As our hashtag always goes, hashtag stronger together, hashtag HBCU pride. I want to introduce the team from the HBCU Trivia Game who are here joining us. We're going to start off with Mr. Maurice Jordan, who is one of the creators and founders of the game. We'll talk about that a little bit more. And then we're going to talk about this gentleman from the little school down the street in Florida on the beach, Mr. A. Harris Brown. Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown, Mr. Jordan, how you guys doing today?
Doing fine. Thank you for having us.
Liz, I am absolutely amazing to be here. I'm gonna forgive you for being up on that hill, on them 7 hills. You probably got lost somewhere. I don't even know.
Hey, look, we did get lost, but we always found our way to where we needed to be. There you go. No. Also, if I would be remiss if I also did not mention, of course, Dr. Brown is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, as you can see.
Yeah.
And
all day long.
Mr. Jordan is a member of Kappa Alpha Psi in the building, and he is also an alumnus of NCCU, North Carolina Central University. Again, it's the entire diaspora HBCU culture is represented in the space, and we are here to do it, to talk about it. So let's do this. We're going to start off, and I'm going to let Dr. Brown tell us a little bit about the game, the folks who created it, and what's going on. And he will be the host, folks. So listen, we're going to do a game show. You can already tell he's going to be our game show host. So I hope you guys are looking to it. We'll give you a few more details about that once we get going and get deeper into the conversation. Dr. Brown,
So
the
listen,
floor is yours.
HBCU trivia game is all about preserving the legacy and teaching our next generation all about the culture, the lifestyle, all of the things you need to know. So I'm so excited at the fact that our good friend Maurice and Clarence were able to put together and design this amazing board game. Now, again, this is a game that you want to use at an alumni chapter meeting. I would say for any high school counselor, middle school teacher, if you want to start exposing your young people to this right now, this is a great resource. But then at the same time, we always learn and we meet alumni from various HBCUs, from all of the different divisions and conferences, and they always want to brag about how they have all this institutional knowledge about HBCUs. Do you really? And so that's when we pull out the game and we start playing. The first thing like, this ain't no real HBCU. We don't know nothing about this. Because I have a friend of mine who lives in Texas. She went to Prairie View A&M, and she just believes that the only HBCU exists is Prairie View. Now she might may acknowledge, Texas College and Wiley and Jarvis Christian in Texas, but she don't really I know they exist, but I don't really claim them. But anything else, if it ain't PV, it ain't an HBCU. So we happened to play this game one day. And she's like, I had no idea. She was amazed of the history and the knowledge from educators to athletes to philanthropists. And again, here's the thing, Roy. What I love about the game, it doesn't just limit you to historical facts and figures. There is information or questions about more relevant alums of today. So you're not just asking me a question about Mary McLeod Bethune, which is part of one of the questions. But we also might learn, is there an African American HBCU graduate who owns a Lamborghini car dealership? And what HBCU did he attend? It's right there in the game. And it's happening so we're giving you information in real time.
Oh, man. Listen, it already sounds great. It sounds exciting. And listen, I'm thinking about it. It opens the door for so many spin-off games. Now, Jordan, I don't know if you guys have thought about it, but listen, you can do a whole game just on HBCU sports trivia, HBCU band trivia.
Roy, get out of my. You must have been a staff meeting.
Listen, we got to be ready for it because we doing it.
Because we have our traditional cards for the games now, but that has been a question. Okay, we're gonna come with another set. We talked about just what you said, an athletic version, a band version, maybe arts and entertainment version. So it's in the works. We just can't tell everything right now.
Okay, we got to keep that on the low key. We got to do that. All right.
And here's something else that we like to be able to do. Sometimes we've actually even done this virtually. So not only do we have the board game version, right? There you go. So you roll the dice, you play the game, just like some other board games. You land on a certain spot, you might have to go back. You might be in study hall. You might have been on the. Maybe you didn't make the dean's list, and you got to sit out a term. So it's those kinds of things that you get to the graduation, to the end of the game. But now, sometimes we are also able to elevate and activate a virtual experience. Now I'm going to let Maurice talk about that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. See, I told you he is the man, Roy. I couldn't say it better myself. I'm just sitting here just smiling and nodding like I told you. But right, so we do have a electronic version that we use, for events, and of course that's what we're going to be using down there where you are, where it basically mirrors the board game itself. So just imagine the the board game on a big screen where you actually the questions are popping up on the screen, the dice are being rolled on the screen, the little pawns are being moved by themselves. So it's a game show type experience, but it basically matches the game square for square, question for question, and there are and I dare say there are some extra questions in it. It's not in the board game itself.
Nice. Okay. Well, let's do this. Before we go on, we're going to take a quick view at the commercial that you guys have to put the game out, and then we'll talk about that a little bit when it's finished.
The HBCU trivia game. It's more than a board game. It's a journey to the legacy of historically black colleges and universities. Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up, start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, you stay put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation wins. The HBCU trivia game. Support, educate, entertain. Available now. Let the journey begin.
All right, gentlemen, there it is, folks. There it is, the HBCU trivia game. And listen, we are definitely looking forward to it. And as we've said, Mr. George said, we will be live on set at classics, at homecomings, and all of that. And we will be playing the HBCU trivia game live. It'll be a show that will air weekly here during the BCSN Gametime show / Saturday Tailgate Saturday event. And look, I'm already interested to see how this is going to be with Dr. Brown.
Oh, listen, it's a party. So first of all, it's a party with a purpose. We're going to have an amazing time, and I'm really going to, really activate and challenge as many alums, family, students to get involved and to be able to play along. And, it's just so much fun because I played the game about 2 weeks ago with some high school students. And they were amazed, first of all, just by just some of the historical information they were able to learn. And then became a teachable moment. So it's like, oh, let's talk about this real quick. Let's unpack it. What does this mean? What does it mean when it was the first HBCU founded by freed slaves? What? There was a school like that? Yes. Oh, what did it mean when we have some HBCU that are also 2-year institutions?
Yeah.
We have community colleges? Yes. So that became a whole conversation, teachable moment for our young people.
Well, listen, folks, like I said, we are looking forward to it. We are so excited about what's going to be happening because here's the plan. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what the plan is, and we're going to work the plan and see what it is. Our goal is to take our weekly winners, and we may end up getting down to the top 6 or top 3 based on points or whatever. We'll figure it out. But as we go throughout the season, those top folks that get out there, we're going to bring y'all down to Atlanta Celebration Bowl weekend for the national championship of the HBCU trivia game. Whoa. So you'll be able to come in. We will do a live broadcast of the game show that weekend. We haven't decided what day or time. More than likely, it'll be the Friday or the Thursday prior to the game, and have some fun. But it's going to be a nice setting because, he did say a party with a purpose. And we're going to party when we have some fun with the HBCU trivia game. And we're going to get you in there. So here's what we want to do. Let's give you guys the last word. We're going to close this out, giving you the last word about what we're looking forward to and what you're ready to do, and telling folks how they can reach out and communicate with you all.
Well, Maurice?
Mr. Spokesman, sir?
Listen, for more about what we do, how we do, when we do, you got to go to our website at hbcutriviagame.net. Go ahead and order you a board game now in advance. So you can start practicing now. Just because you practice now, does that mean you're going to get the same questions if you ever meet us at any of these classics or homecoming games? We don't have to switch it up because we don't want anybody trying to memorize all the answers. However, it's a great opportunity for you to support, to engage, and to entertain. I'm telling you, The HBCU trivia game is one that you need to have on your coffee table, your dining room table, in your classroom, at your next alumni chapter meeting. It's for everybody. And so we look forward to this opportunity. We thank you, Roy, for this partnership with BCSN Game Time and to be a part of this halftime tailgate experience. And to everyone who's watching, we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
All right, folks, there you have it. And again, be looking forward to the BCSN Game Time show. Of course, we officially launch on Saturday, August 29th at the MEAC SWAC Challenge live here in Atlanta, Georgia. But we're going to be ready for it. We're going to be looking forward to it. We will see you all then. Gentlemen, I can't wait. Until next time, take care.
Yeah. I love my HBCU. And boy, I love it, love it. I love it, love it. I love my HBCU. And man, I hope my team they won. I hope my team they won. Yeah, man. I hope my team they won. I hope my team they won. I tune into the HBCU Sports Lab to see if my team won or lost. If they lost, I'm quiet as a mouse. But if they won, keep tab. I'ma do the dab, yeah. Dr. Cavill, he know what he be talking about. Mike and Charles, they know what they be talking about. They compress the analytic data with the hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they won or lost, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gon' teach a lesson.
Birmingham, Alabama at the Sheraton Hotel. And if you don't know by now, I'm not sure what is wrong with you. That means that football is around the corner and it is a SWAC, officially SWAC Football Media Day. But if you listen out of the pocket, I am the managing director of the Black College Football Poll, and I'm here with Charles Bishop that actually votes in the poll as well. We wanted to give you a short segment to give you some updates in terms of the poll. Hopefully you've seen out there the top 10 for the Division 1, that's FCS, HBCU poll, as well as the Division 2 HBCU poll. We're going to run that down for you, tell you a little bit about those teams before our traditional segment. This is brought to you by SWAC TV Gametime. We're hosting it on behalf of you, a special edition of what we tend to do with Dr. Wills inside the HBCU Sports Lab. We will move forward with our regular show after we give you this programming update in terms of what's going on around the HBCU sports scene. With that being said, to kind of give you a breakdown, we'll do this first short segment, give you an intro, we'll come back in the second segment, give you the top 10 for the HBCU poll, we'll give you the top 10 for the FBS poll, and then we'll give you a little pop of us to see what Charles thinks about these polls, about how his ranking went. But let me give you some indication in case you're not aware of this preseason Black College Football poll. It is the inaugural season of what took place here in terms of what that looks like. This is the impetus of and supported by the all four conference commissioners. That's the SWAC, MEAC, SIAC, and CIAA. But it's important to note that this also includes all HBCU programs. Those programs, two that are in the CAA, that's North Carolina A&T in Hampton, as well as Tennessee State out of the OVC, Big South partnership they have. And even that is the case when you think about the Division II level, when you think of teams like West Virginia State out of the West Virginia Intercollegiate Athletic Association and Conference. So that's a framework about what this does. You also get a preseason All-American team. You get a postseason All-American team. A championship team will come out of this bowl. Obviously, for the FCS level, that may come out. It probably will come out of the teams playing in the Cricket Celebration Bowl presented by Toyota. At the Division II level, it'll be interesting to see is that a team that goes further in the playoffs, championship team that comes out of those respective teams, or do we have an independent program that's out of one of those conferences that wins a championship and puts their names in the mix? But the head coaches and selected media will be responsible for voting in this poll all season and naming those teams involved. So early on, when you heard about this, what were your thoughts in terms of what this looks like, Charles?
Tremendous opportunity. I think from a branding standpoint, take a look at various teams around the HBCU strategy, get an opportunity to have an all-encompassing poll that everybody can point to and say, this is the poll that the definitive poll, if you will, where all of your HBCU athletic teams will have a good look see in terms of the nation taking a look at.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this opportunity because of the history that's associated with all these conferences and getting back to where the media, but now you got a partnership with the coaches, so the coaches get a voice in it. So I think this is such a unique brainchild from the commissioners that's putting this together, and the fact that they're adding some control from their perspective what's out there, but still giving coaches the opportunity to have input, giving media, selected media, to have input on this, I think goes a long way. I want to make sure people got a shot that I do have the polo shirt with the logo on it, just for y'all to know. But with that being said, let's take a little deeper dive in here, some more information in terms of what that looks like. We had 57 voters between the head coaches and media members. That will grow slightly over the next poll in terms of those that are involved. But also, in terms of this first poll, South Carolina State came out of the FCS level with the #1 ranking. Obviously, many people remember last year the classic comeback win they had against Prairie A&M, team out of the SWAC. South Carolina State hosting and a member of the BAC, got it done and won a National Black College Championship after winning the Celebration Bowl last year and winning their conference championship, going undefeated, 5-0 in that race, and then a thrilling victory there. So to riches go to spoil, they come out as the #1 team. Talk a little bit about South Carolina State, the Bulldogs, Coach Chinnisberry. They have a couple of little changes, offensive coordinators changes there, some quarterback changes, but we know anything about the Bulldogs, I imagine that you do believe they'll be in the mix. But what are your thoughts about them being #1 coming into this 2026 season?
Yeah, absolutely. Well deserved. I think taking a look at Chinnisberry has come in to a legacy program that is South Carolina State. He's come in and continued to build upon what they've already established as far as tradition. We're talking about a program that has consistently won through the decades, and Chinnisberry has come in and added his own stamp on this program, and they're right back in the upper echelon, if you will, of HBC programs.
Yeah, selected. We'll go down and see the other teams in the FCS and get your little thoughts on that in a later segment. But let's go to Johnson C. Smith. Probably the surprise for many people. We saw the trajectory. They were on the rise, but to finally get it done after many years, they win the CIAA, get a playoff bid, play really well in the playoff game until late in that game where it got away from them. But what are your thoughts about Johnson C. Smith as the #1 team coming out of the preseason rankings in terms of the Division II side of this HBCU?
When you talk about it, like Coach Maurice Flowers knocking on the door for so many years and then finally pushing the ball through last year. Tremendous season for Johnson Smith. Very strong running game. And to open up the season #1 in the poll, it speaks to the strength of that program and its trajectory in terms of where they're going from here on out. They've been mentioned knocking on the door, but here they are. People now know that they're the top team going into the season.
Golden Bulls, and they're playing some football out of the CIAA. As we close this segment, I also want to say, beginning with the preseason rankings, the Black College Football Poll will be released each week throughout the regular season. Voters submit a top 10 ballot using a 10-point scoring system. First place receiving 10 points, second place 9, continuing throughout 1 point for the 10th place team, to giving you some pointing breakdowns there. With that being said, we'll take our first break. We'll come back on the other side and we'll get into the total top 10 for the HBCU rankings, if you would, Black College Football poll for Division II side of things. We'll be right back after this first break.
For over 30 years, HBCU Image has been more than just an apparel store. We've been a movement, a statement, a legacy. We celebrate the pride, the purpose, and the culture that make historically Black colleges and universities legendary. Whether you're a student or a lifelong supporter, our gear lets you wear your HBCU story with confidence and style. Because when you wear HBCU Image, you're not just wearing clothes. You're wearing culture. You're wearing pride. You're wearing purpose. HBCU.
If you've ever told yourself, I want to get into real estate but don't know where to start, here's something just for you. From Friday, July 31st to Sunday, August 2nd, the Learn Real Estate Fast Masterclass is coming to McKenzie Office Park in College Park. You'll learn wholesaling, commercial investing, and how to purchase property with zero money or credit. I can tell you, education and access are everything. This masterclass is designed to give you both. Whether you're brand new or ready to level up, this is where you start making real moves. Enjoy free lunch, free study materials, and receive a certification of completion. So don't wait. Seats are filling fast. Do not sit on the sidelines while others build wealth. Take that first step toward ownership and legacy. Get your tickets now at learnrealestatefast.com or tickpick.com. For more information, call 678-859-3303. Master the market, build your legacy, secure your future today.
From cancer care to accidental injuries to cardiac care, we all know that there are times that you can't control what happens in your life. But with Globe Life Family Heritage, you can be prepared to weather the storm when it comes. Call Dr. Beverly Eagle Rogers at 877-300-8269 or visit the website at globelifefamilyheritage.com. With over 25 years of serving communities, Dr. Beverly Eagles Rogers is here to help you and your family through difficult times. Dr. Beverly takes pride in Globe Life being one of the few companies that returns 100% of premiums to clients that stay healthy. So for more information, call Dr. Beverly Eagle Rogers at 877-300-8269 or visit the website at globelifefamilyheritage.com.
I am Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, and this is BCSN Game Time, and we're here in Birmingham, Alabama for the 2026 Football Media Day. That means things are time for us to get cracking, as some folks would say.
Oh, yeah.
Other folks say it's time to go to work.
That's right. That's
I don't know
right.
anything about I love. It's time to go to work.
That's right.
As if y'all not always working. But let me start off with that, Coach CC. Did you get any break? Because I know you from a while now, and you are pretty much a workaholic. But oh yeah, we know what he do.
No, I'm glad you asked that question because what was it, about a couple weeks ago? You come in there and everybody's off, and he see my truck out there.
Yeah, and I
pulled
pulled up.
Get out of the building.
Lock him out. That's right. Good job.
Get out to go home, go see your family and everything. But Doc, we got a bad taste in our mouth right now. We got we got a bad taste in our mouth. So, me, I'm gonna roll my sleeves up. I'm not gonna complain. A.D. Robinson know that about me. I'm not gonna complain. I'm gonna go out and do the things that matter. That's recruiting, get the staff revamped, then train these young men throughout the summer. We had a great spring. I was very pleased after the spring game. And so I'm excited where we are as a football team. We're going to be competitive. The standard is to be hosting another SWAC championship, but that road starts with winning the East first.
All right.
But I'm excited about the new additions. I'm excited about some guys that chose to stay within our program, with the Jared Lockharts, Cam Silas, Quay Davis, all those guys are coming back, and they understand our culture and what we talk about when we say standard. So, he pressed me a little bit about getting out of the building, so I did just get back from Destin. I did tell you. I took a couple days and took the family down there.
I'm going to take mine a little later. I'm going to find a way to get the can cool. Right. I need to find some nice dirt, clean water, and relax.
Oh, yeah. Right. But this was the funny part. We're driving back, and I know my guys working. They were doing a 707 that day. I told my wife, I got to stop by the campus real quick. True story. So I stopped, took me a quick 30 minutes just to watch those guys, and then I was gone.
All right.
True story.
That's hilarious. Well, let's talk a little bit about this. You alluded to the players that are coming back.
Yeah.
We're in the era where there is the transfer portal
Mhm.
and there's changes.
Yeah.
That's for everybody. So
Yes.
I'm not sure if that's anything that we need to really discuss in terms of Jackson State.
Yeah.
But I do want to talk about the coaching staff.
Yes.
How's your coaching staff in terms of folks that were able to come back? Any
Yes.
changes that are important that you want to know?
This was one of the few years that I was privileged and blessed that everything pretty much stayed intact. I did add a new D-line coach, Raekwon Bethel. He came over from Hampton. He's been doing a great job. Breland Speaks, the former NFL player, Super Bowl champ, UFL defensive MVP. But this was one of the few years that my staff kind of stayed intact.
How do you feel about it?
I'm excited, because from 23, losing about 6 in that staff, 24, losing about 4 or 5. And I get it. Anytime those guys have an opportunity to elevate, I'm all about it. They're coming off my tree as a head coach. So I'm fully in full support of those guys when they have that opportunity. That's comes with being a head coach.
Being successful as well as a head coach. So
Exactly right. But you got to
success.
make sure you bring it in the right guy. You don't want any drop off. And that's a teacher in young men, mentor in young men. And I think that's what we got.
Well, I know y'all don't know nothing about hosting championship games. It seems that's all y'all do.
Right.
So, Coach, let me ask this, and I'm going to shift to Ashley because I know you got to move.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure we're bouncing back off each other because you all work in tandem in so many ways.
Yes.
And that's
Absolutely.
how that success
Definitely.
is marked in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to about the fact, I'm sure you heard that the VP of Athletics / AD was ranked in a poll ranking out there that I may know a little something about as the number 1 AD in terms of HBCU football at the Division I level across the landscape.
If you see him work on a day-to-day basis, we spend a lot of time with each other. And he's been in it long enough. When he talks, I listen. I try to be a great listener because he's had so much success. Heck, he just brought a commissioner cup to Jackson State. He's had so and then we go back so long ago, days in Houston. Right. So when he talks, he listens. And then my thing with him, he believes in me. I can remember when the transition and everything was good. He stuck by me, told me to just be patient, let him get it worked out. And so, when he speaks, he listens. And then just you talk about resources in HBCU football. He goes above and beyond to take that next step at Jackson State each and every day. The things that we have to be successful. I brag all the time, like, I love coming to work because of the boss that I got working above me. And he has that same fire, that same ambition. If you see him on game days, he's right there at my side. He's right there down in the corner having, you think he's playing the game, but it's just his everyday approach. And it's not just football. That's what I want people to understand. He really is passionate about one thing on that campus, and that's the student athletes and the overall success of Jackson State.
Yeah. Wow. Good stuff. Let me go to you, Ashley. From the same framework.
Right.
You've had different experiences, bringing in different coaches from different styles, different levels.
Yes. Right.
But one thing that's been the same, they've pretty much been all successful.
Right.
So what do you see in coach that said it's time, let's make this happen? And let me add on this. How did you feel when, I know it's been a year ago, when he brought home a championship for the football program with the Cricket Celebration Bowl championship 2 years ago?
That you talk about when I hired TC Taylor, when we hired TC Taylor at Jackson State, because it's not just about me, but that was one of the things that I talked to our foundation, our alumni, when we made this hire. Said, hey, we're going to win a Celebration Bowl. And that was some of the things that we talking about open press conference. We talked about that. And me being around TC Taylor so long and watching him work and watching what he does, I knew that was going to be success. I knew that was going to happen. It just was a matter of time when. Now, a lot of people said they didn't think it was going to be so soon, but
you never know.
You never
He
know.
was ready.
And he came in ready. You're talking about his first year, even with a 7-game season. People don't know how many players we lost.
Right.
We lost a lot of players. He went out and recruited and brought in players, and we came in and had a solid season. Came back the next year, and he
With a lot of those players that he brought in.
right? And he looked me in the eye at the end of the season. He said, "Hey, we about to win a Celebration Bowl."
I told him that.
He looked me straight in the eye and said that. And one thing I like about TC Taylor, you meet a lot of coaches that talk about what they're going to do.
Right.
Everything that he's told me he's going to do, He's done
Done
it. And if something not going well, AD, we need to look at that. Like I need to. This is what I need, so we can fix that. And that's what I love about him: the honesty. I love about his passion. He's one of those guys that he's gonna work every single day, all day, 7 days a week. He's gonna do what he got to do. To make sure that that his team is successful. And I talk about this, and this is what you look at a coach. When you got every student athlete that he recruited, even the ones he get on a lot, they love TC Taylor. And when your kids really believe in your coach, they're gonna play hard.
Yeah.
They're gonna fight. They're gonna play hard. I tell people this all the time. I just said this earlier. I didn't do pregame. He's the only head football coach I've come. I'm in there I'm mad if I miss pregame because he gets me ready to play. And I mean, you think about the excitement and seeing those kids just so passionate and ready to play and the things that he's put in place for him. It's funny. We talked about this. We're getting ready to go down to Nashville. And I get on the call in Nashville, and I know my coach, and they say, hey, we're going to do a coaching press conference on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Friday.
And I said, ho, let me get back with you. Let me call my coach because he quick to tell me, like, and I know he don't have to tell me. I know him. So
yeah, it's 24 hours.
So,
I know that.
I sit there and I said, man, I got to call,
it's true
tell him that. So I called him, and I think we was talking about something else. I said, hey, coach, I need to run something by you. And I'm telling you early because I don't want this to be. I said, they're having a press conference. I said, I have some good news and some bad news.
Yeah.
I said, the good news, I'm going to make sure you and your family get down there on Thursday.
Okay.
The bad news is you ain't going to be with your team until they get there on Friday evening. So you're going to miss one or two. He stopped. He paused for a minute. He said, you know me, don't you? I said, let's do it. We're trying to bring this classic back. And he said, you know what? I'm just glad that you told me early enough because he knows I don't call him on Monday for something that needs to be done. I don't bother him during the week because I understand what he's doing. And that's a thing that that we as my staff, we have to understand our head coach when to call, when to do some things because they're working and they're doing a service for the university. We got over 100 student athletes that that he was looking at. So, but you talking about the passion for Jackson State University. You talk about it as a player. You talk about it as a coach. You talk about all those different things. You talk about Celebration Bowl. I mean, he's been there. He's been there even before he got to Jackson State, even before he got to Texas Southern. I mean, all those times that all those places he's been there. So he understands the mission. He understands what it is all about. But he works. And that's the thing that, so, as a coach that works, and all my coaches, I have to do a better job, Kavil, of going and finding money and going to be able to support them and give them what they need. Because when you have an employee that works really, really hard, it's hard to say no.
Right.
And one thing I can say about my coaches and Coach Taylor is they don't ask for things that's unrealistic. Really if he'll tell you if it's Friday morning, we got a game on Saturday, he called my phone. If I'm in the meeting, I'm running out the meeting. I'm like, hey, coach. You don't call me on Friday. Something wrong? What I need to do?
What's going on?
What's going on?
You okay?
So you okay? Like, so I see that number. I runs out. But I have a lot of respect for him and what he came in and did because Kavil, they said we was dead.
Yeah, they did.
They said Jackson State was dead.
Over.
But
we had to worry.
But I got two words for him, Kavil.
Yeah.
TC Taylor.
Oh Lord.
The only Celebration Bowl champion at Jackson State.
That's
University.
right. That's right. Big time. National champion as well.
Sir. That's right.
National championship. You brought it on with Jackson State.
That's right.
Extremely proud program. In fact, I just want to say appreciate you.
Thank
TC, you allowed me to get in the transfer portal. Yeah. I got to celebrate that. Man, I learned the fandom to another level.
Yeah.
But I transferred back out and it worked out a little bit.
Right. It panned out.
So, but I brought so much more to the table.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
say that.
No
but
doubt.
in all seriousness, let's talk a little bit about football.
Yeah.
What should we look for? A couple of key players that you're comfortable putting out there that we should be mindful of and look as viewers and entertainers in terms of what they can see throughout the season, but more importantly, starting off with the big matchup against Tennessee State.
Yeah. I'm excited about that. That's what everybody's been, at Jackson State, that our fans, they love JSU football. Yeah. And so it's not a lot of those household names either hit the portal last year or moved on as seniors.
I noticed that.
Yeah. So, but what I want everybody to understand, there will be no drop off. This is a talented football team that we have put together, myself and my coaching staff. It starts with our quarterback and these two young men that's here, Cam Silas.
That's right.
You know, Jared Lockhart, you saw glimpses of what he could be last year.
Right.
This kid is special, you know, and I'm just privileged he came back and chose JSU to be back another season for us. It was good for us, good for our program. So I'm excited about the growth that I've seen since spring ball for him. Our football team believes in him. Our coaching staff believes in him. And it's because of his work ethic and the way he approaches the game. And I'm just going on the offensive side of the ball right now, Doc.
That's fine.
There's some good players over there that has been buying time. When I've been telling people about Nate Blunt, the running back. We lost our two top backs to the portal. When you talk about Ahmad Miller, Travis Terrell, those guys moved on to FBS programs. But Nate Blunt has been around for 2 years, kicking butt on special teams, but would have been just as good as those guys. But it was just so tough. You know, Denario Davenport was another guy in that room last
only
year.
one football.
Yeah.
Right.
So those guys have been buying their time. Amari Matthews is back in the backfield. They made an impact in that national championship year. This receiving core, I've been telling people, might be the most talent that I had since I've been here. But it's just a lot of names you just don't know. Nate Rembert is still there. Jonas Fortillion. But the additions that we've added in the type, it's definitely the fastest I've had.
So that's speed.
Yes, size.
Height,
yes,
and size.
everything. It's a total package.
Oh, wow.
You know, and then we had to revamp. We lost a lot on the O-line, but when you bring back a player like Quay Davis, 6'8", All-American, he one of the top tackles in FCS football, you're going to be in good shape. And then we add some transfers that match that size that are 6'6", 6'7" kids. That's going to be really good for us as well. Defensively, you know, Terenzo Quinn, he does a good job. We've been at the top defensively each and every year, and we're going to continue that. The thing that I'm gonna be brief about the defense, because they know I don't play about that. We got to tackle well. We got to be where we're supposed to be. That's a pet peeve of mine. But we wanted to revamp our secondary. So we brought a few transfers in there that is going to, if you think Cam Silas is a hell of a DB, wait till you see these other guys that we got with measurable speed and the way that they strike and the football IQ that they bring to the game that I'm excited about. You talk about some 6'2", 6'3" safeties that we got in-house. That it's going to be household names. The JSU Army is going to be very proud of here coming soon. And then we added a bunch of new specialists. Our whole special teams room is different now, but they legit, you know, we were able to get them in there in the spring and see them in spring ball. So I'm excited about those guys as well. We got a good football team. You know, we got a good football team that I'm excited about, and everybody else is going to be excited about and to support this team come August 29th in Nashville.
No, you made some social media storm, whatever you want to call it, out there in terms of the schedule.
Yeah.
But not really to talk about it from that perspective. That's already been done. But I want to ask you, how do you approach your schedule in terms of, I know we hear the coach speak week to week, but in terms of your coaching staff, I know that's for the players. In coaching staff, how do you frame your schedule? Is it preseason, SWAC, postseason, 3 games, quarter? Is there anything that you can share in terms
First
of
of all, I just feel privileged that my AD allows me to be a part of that. You know, when we're making these schedules and put it together. Let's be honest, and I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Yeah, I said it. You know, but the last 3 years we played.
I don't think there was anything wrong with what you said from that perspective, because I want to put this out there because this is important, because sometimes we let that noise talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
While we're all SWAC, and many of us at the FCS are HBCUs, and you've been at several institutions, so you know this. What is good for one SWAC institution or one area institution may be right for them because of where they're located, where they are in terms of their win, versus somebody else in a different area and what they are. So I wanted to get that out there from that perspective. So you don't have to explain none of that. Now, if you want to, that's up to you.
Yeah,
I'm not going to tell you what to say,
going to touch on,
but I wanted to get into the framework of how you look at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For me, the way I look at it, you know, I love HBCU football.
Yeah. That's right.
Let me say that I love HBCU football. I've been an HBCU coach or HBCU player, you know, all my life. You know, so what better way is to keep it HBCU?
I like that.
Brian Jinks is a hell of a football coach at Edward Waters, you know, that I coached against.
And you get a chance to shine light on that program.
On those, and that's what I said when I made the statement.
Elevate them.
You call them right now. I've talked to Aaron James. They are just excited about getting the opportunity of playing against the Jackson State. You know, so we're gonna do it, and I'm gonna trust this man
in terms of doing our part. I like that.
You know, they need the exposure as well. You know, but that's again, like you talk about tradition wise and program, and let's be honest, Tuskegee, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't far long ago that they came into Jackson and did what? Upset Jackson
Yeah, they
State.
did.
So we don't take these programs lightly, but you know, for us as a coaching staff to answer your question, we get ready for whoever's on the schedule.
Right.
You know, it don't matter who it is. I tell AD all the time, like we gonna play whoever on the schedule. It don't matter about none of that because
That's right. There we go. There we go.
You know, because each and every game matters to us.
Right.
You know, and we damn sure gonna protect the vet.
That's right.
That's what that's a pet peeve of mine. So I'm excited about this football season and this schedule.
Well, every time I go to Jackson, I have a good time.
Oh yeah.
You all, just with the fan base in general. So
Yeah.
there's so much to love about what you all are putting together
Thank you.
in the package in the program. So
Thank
I want
you.
to say thank you. We're going to take a short break. Let TC Taylor, he has to move on. And we'll come back and do a little more in depth with Ashley Robinson,
All right.
the AD, the athletics at Jackson State University.
Okay.
The I love, as they say around those.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers, baby.
Go Tigers.
For the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics, there's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
If you've ever told yourself, I want to get into real estate but don't know where to start, here's something just for you. From Friday, July 31st to Sunday, August 2nd, the Learn Real Estate Fast Masterclass is coming to McKenzie Office Park in College Park. You'll learn wholesaling, commercial investing, and how to purchase property with zero money or credit. I can tell you, education and access are everything. This masterclass is designed to give you both. Whether you're brand new or ready to level up, this is where you start making real moves. Enjoy free lunch, free study materials, and receive a certification of completion. So don't wait. Seats are filling fast. Do not sit on the sidelines while others build wealth. Take that first step toward ownership and legacy. Get your tickets now at learnrealestatefast.com or tickpick.com. For more information, call 678-859-3303. Master the market, build your legacy, secure your future today.
Introducing the HBCU Trivia Game. It's more than a board game. It's a journey to the legacy of historically black colleges and universities. Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up. Start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, you stay put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation wins. The HBCU Trivia Game. Support, educate, entertain. Available now. Let the journey begin.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL on August 29th with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff presented by Toyota, representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing the MEAC, Howard, Bulldogs, Spicer, the Marching Maroon and White, the Showtime Marching Band, the premier FCS matchup in primetime with a kickoff trophy up for grabs. Join us pre-game for fans, jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACChallenge.com.
I am Kenyatta Cavill. This is BCS Gametime here in Birmingham, Alabama for the 2026 SWAC Football Media Day. I have with me co-host Carlos Brown of the Carlos Brown Show. Then we have back with us Ashley Robinson, Vice President of Athletics of the Celebration Bowl. And John Grant is out here showing that he was a champion of the Cricket Celebration Bowl, AD, in terms of getting it done. In terms of, we're going to have to find him, get him to get some what the color? I guess the color they got the red jacket.
Uh-huh.
We need to find a blue jacket or something for the AD that wins.
That's right. That's right. We gotta start that at the Celebration Bowl. They bring all the head coaches back. They need to bring all the ADs back. That's won a Celebration Bowl.
That's right.
That's a great idea, Kavil. I mean,
We
need to put some pressure on John.
Need to put some pressure on him and get a jacket
I think we
for
can make
the
that happen.
VP of Athletics and AD in
Right.
terms of the show, in terms of like that.
I mean, he got a blue jacket on for a reason. So I don't know what that means, but
I want to take this segment a little bit where we talk about the business. I
Mhm,
love getting
mhm.
to talk with you, both
Absolutely.
on air and off air, because you get to share so much of the business. I get to share consulting, a academic profile,
Mhm.
and you make sure that I'm in the right place when I'm looking at this, or things to consider that I can go back and do some more research.
Right.
And I got similar conversation where I talk to John. Let's first talk about in terms of some of the things that you've been able to bring to the table, noteworthy in terms of a classic on campus, but
Mhm.
with the title sponsor.
Right.
Multi-year deal with Division II programs.
Mhm.
Talk about when you go through your thought process of taking things to the next level for Jackson State University. What is it about in terms of understanding the business that fans in general and even some of those news people don't necessarily consider?
Right, you look at HBCUs and you look at Jackson State University, and we talk a lot about tradition. We talk about the things that we've done, and one thing that I came in is I wanted to build off this tradition, but I wanted to blaze new trails. And you talking about blazing new trails, and you talk about the business side. When you look at the business side, we talk about classics. You talk about creating classics. You talk about home games. The one unique thing that Jackson State University has that a lot of HBCUs don't have is I got 50,000 seats that we can put butts in the seats. Every single game. We got ESPN almost every single game. HBCU go off every single game. I learned from a good friend of mine that it's not about just putting butts in the seats, but it's about exposure on television as well. When you look at that, when you talk about from a holistic building a program, butts in the seats are good, but when you're talking about sponsorships, when you're talking about going out and getting those corporate sponsors, all those questions I ask, how many attendance you have, what is your preview on TV, so
media.
every time Jackson State University plays in any type of classic or any type of football games, the numbers are always high.
That's true.
And that's just a fact. And no one can say anything different. We talk about facts, we talk about black and white, and that's one of the things that Jackson State University has. So when we look at on the business side, it has to be a decision for Jackson State University as a whole. It's not just about the football team. You talking about the Sunny Boom of the South. Everybody wants that experience, so it has to be beneficial for them as well. It has to be beneficial for our students. It has to be beneficial for our constituents, for our alumni and supporters to come out. Because any city that Jackson State is playing in, no matter where it is, we're going to bring 20 to 30,000. I mean, we're going to be there. It's going to impact the city. It's going to be a great weekend, regardless of what it is. So on the business side, some teams. When you talk about FBS, when you talk about the Monroes, you talk about the USM, they don't sell out till they play Jackson State University. So those are some of the things that we have that we can talk about when we're talking about doing the things. The Classic in Vegas last year. Jackson was there. It was a big Jackson State University fest, and the city buys in. When we went to Miami, when we go to Atlanta, when we go to Vegas, it's so big that the airlines come in and say that weekend we're gonna do a straight flight to Vegas, we're gonna do a straight flight to Miami, and we already have the straight flights to Atlanta, and the city buys in, the airports buy in because they know how huge Jackson State is when it comes to the city. So every class that we've had, the airline that's came in and created straight flight, straight there. So that kudos go out to Southwest, and they're doing a really, really good job. And you know what, the things that Southwest have done for Jackson State and we've done for Southwest, I think that's a great partnership. You're talking about Jackson State University blocking Southwest. I mean, we need to get that done, Kavil. So, I'm going to put that out there. But we have worked very, very hard together, and I like that. But those are the things that we look on the business side. We have to make sure that the business is handled. It's good to play classics. It's good to go play games. It's good to good things. But the business side have to be handled first before we make any decision, especially at this day and time. We talk about bringing the Tennessee Classic back, Tennessee State game back, and we worked. We said, let's do a home and home. Let's start it off. Let's get the fans excited. But that weekend, Nashville is going to be flooded.
Yeah, it is.
It's gonna be it's gonna be a lot of Tigers there in Nashville. So that's something that Jackson State has. But that's some of the things that we have to continue to market and brand when we put out there, and we have to do a better job of that. And that's when you're talking about the vision and building on the tradition that you have. How many of us build on the tradition of our universities? We have a lot of unique things, probably more Hall of Famers than any programs in the country. Jackson State has 4. We got more than anybody in the state of Mississippi. So that's something that we have to market and we have to put out there. And hopefully we'll have another one added when Jimmy Smith, comes in as well. So we're looking at that. But we have a tradition, all our HBCUs. We have something that nobody else have. We're very unique. But and I talk about myself, we have to do a better job of marketing and branding that university. I tell everybody this block needs to be everywhere. And we got to do a better job in it. And I think when you're talking about the business side and growing, we have to talk about that when we talk about our tradition and our history when it comes to HBCUs and when it comes to Jackson State University.
You talked about the media rights and really hits me off in a home run because we got the release today that just came out. ESPN in the Southwestern Athletic Conference announced multi-year media rights agreements through 2030 to 31. I just want to give a couple of the highlights here. ESPN and Southwestern Athletic Conference announced the multimedia rights agreement, as we said, 30 to 31. The global agreements includes regular season and championship coverage across ESPN linear and digital platforms. ESPN will annually carry 10 regular season football games across ESPN networks and ESPN Plus. The SWAC football championship on ABC, ESPN, or ESPN2. The SWAC men's basketball tournament championship on linear ESPN network. The SWAC women's basketball tournament on a linear ESPN network. All other rounds of both basketball tournament on ESPN digital platforms. 4 regular season men's and women's games on ESPN networks or ESPN Plus. An agreement continues a relationship between ESPN and the SWAC that dates to the launch of ESPNU in 2005. 2005. So anniversary year of more than 20 plus years, continuing that relationship, and this bring it to 30 plus years. ESPN emphasizes the SWAC's competitive programs and passionate fan base, engagement, and prominent positions within HBCU athletics, as I like to say, the HBCU sports ecosystem.
Right.
I'm going to go to John and then come back and ask you about those things. John, talk a little bit about this agreement and how you feel it continues to push forward the platforms and events that you are directly responsible for in terms of the cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge presented by Toyota, the Band of the Year presented by Toyota, as well as the Cricket Celebration Bowl presented by Toyota, as I see on your jacket today, proudly wearing branding as we talked about earlier.
Right.
Well, the agreement is important, and the agreement, exemplifies without question ESPN's commitment to delivering quality content, to our sports fans. Our motto is delivering, sports to our fans anywhere, anytime. And so with this agreement, it just reinforces again the value of the SWAC conference, the value of its members, and the opportunity that each of those institutions, along with the conference, have to take, the fact that you have that exposure and then engage in the monetization of it. And I think Ashley spoke well about that in a moment ago. But it is huge. I mean, ESPN's commitment to HBCUs is bigger than any commitment they have to any FCS conference. I want to reinforce that. So this is a true opportunity. I will add one thing, a little correction, because this goes through 2032.
32.
So
Okay.
it's a 6-year agreement, and we're just really excited about it.
6-year agreement to 2032. Carlos, let me let you jump in here and jump off with a question, then I'll come back and go into some more with Ashley.
Yeah, well, Ashley was talking about that special relationship and the economic impact kind of estimate of what the impact is in Jackson, because I often talk about Jackson. It's not a standalone, but they are. Like I'm from Baton Rouge. You know, you got Southern, but then you got LSU in town. But talk about the economic impact that Jackson State athletics has on the economy.
Well, when you talk about Jackson State, there's no city of Jackson without Jackson State University.
Right.
We are the professional team. We are the pro team. We are the show. When you get off the airport, you're gonna see Jackson State University. And I'm not just saying that, as the athletic director, I grew up seeing that. Born and raised in Jackson. It's no city of Jackson without Jackson State University. So we have to be successful. And in order for the city to be successful, we have to do great things at Jackson State. Jackson State football, that's your date night. That's your family night. That's everything in the city of Jackson. That's the professional team that the ones that can't afford to go see professional teams. That's your community involvement. And we have to continue to do a really, really good job to impact the cities. Everything is driven in the city of Jackson State University. You talk about hotels, you talk about restaurants, you talking about impacting the whole city as a whole. You talk about the impact. When you come to the city of Jackson, you see a weekend and you like, wow, this is really, really good. And we have to continue that. But also we have to continue with the partnerships with all our people in the city to help them understand it and to help us understand, hey, one thing about it, in the fall, everybody's going to have a great impact. Every restaurant, every hotel, all that is sold out. It was funny. We talk about the economic impact. On my way down here, I had hotels calling my assistant vice president and said, hey, we need to schedule for 27 because people already started booking rooms. We need to know what's going on. So like, nah, we're not releasing that yet, but they're preparing for Jackson State football now in 2027. So the impact that we have, the university has, on the city, if you take Jackson State football from the city of Jackson, what else do you have? So we have a big impact on that city, and it's been that way a long time. That's the thing about we did this year's. Everybody was on me about bringing the night games back. Hey, Ashley, we don't want to play at 12. We want to play at 1. We want to bring the night games back, and so we did that this year. I tell people I listen to my alumni. Listen to my supporters, and that's one of the things that you have to do. I've learned that too. In this role, sometimes you just have to shut up and listen. You don't know it all, and you have to listen. I've learned that. We try to make sure that we do the best thing, but we have to make sure it's a great business decision for the university, for us and our coaches. So that's one of the biggest impact. Talking about economic impact. That of city of Jackson. That's Jackson State University. I mean, as one of the biggest, probably one of the biggest impact that put on the city. What you talking about, a standalone, Division I program in the capital of a state. So it's huge. It's very huge, and that's something that we have to continue to build on and work on. Every single day. That community environment is one of my 5 C's, and we have to continue to grow on that and do some of the great things. And now we have to do some different things because we got people that can sit at home and watch our games now. You go to SWAC TV, you go to HBC, you go to ESPN. So now we got to do some great things of bringing it out, from a family environment to make sure, hey, I want to be there. And I need you all there, but also I want you. If you're not there, I need you to tune on and watch it on TV too, so we can get those numbers as well. So it's an impact.
That sounds like Mr. Grant there with the eyeball test.
That's right. That's right.
Can I have a quick follow up? In this business, I've noticed, and you guys are the expert, but building relationships. Southern and Jackson State will play whether it counts in the conference. They will always play, and both fan bases to me are really alike. Talk about the relationship with Southern.
This came up when we went to the A game schedule, and we did the rotation. And the first thing when we talked about this, me and Banks got on the phone and said, "Hey, man, I want to be at Jackson State, and you want to be at Southern. We got to play this game. There's no way that Jackson State and Southern can miss out with a year without playing." And that's something that we worked together and we came together and said, hey, we talked about doing the classic. We talked about going away. But, with that tradition and with that fan base and with the business side of things on both campuses, it's a big impact for us. Southern and Jackson State, for us is one of the biggest impact games that we have, on campus. So that's something huge that we had to continue that tradition, and that's something huge. And you're talking about one tradition that you don't break. You have some that you can break, but you don't break a Southern and Jackson State tradition. And AD Banks and myself worked really, really hard to continue that. We went a lot of years where that didn't count. So we wanted to make sure that we was on schedule every single year. We did a home and home, and they've been each one of them has been very, very successful. And we want to continue that because that's something that's huge from an impact standpoint, and especially on the business side for both of us, Southern and Jackson.
Yeah.
Let me get back with you, John. And as he talked about economic impact, let's talk about some of that from this deal in regards to what that looks like. Are you able to share some of the numbers associated with the commitment that ESPN has made with the SWAC over the years?
Well, it's been significant, and Ashley was talking about economic impact. Let me give you a number that since the launch of the Celebration Bowl in Atlanta, it has generated over $200 million in economic impact over the last 10 years to the city of Atlanta. And that number matters, especially when you're talking about, the value of developing and how you impact community, developing partnerships in the community, how businesses benefit from, the fact that you're contributing. And that's really, really important. I mean, the fact that we've been in this relationship with the SWAC since going back to, you said 2005, with the launch of the MEAC SWAC Challenge and ESPNU.
Right.
So the MEAC and the SWAC were the first conferences to sign with ESPNU when it launched the network. And that's huge. And I think you see that from now to today with the extension you just mentioned on the media side and how that continues to be relevant and how it continues to grow.
Good stuff. Well, I know you all have a lot of folks that want to get to you all and get with you all. So
if
go
you don't
ahead.
mind, I got one point that I do need to make because there's another part of the announcement that just made. Not only did we extend the media rights, but we announced today also in that announcement that we are extending with the conference an agreement for the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge kickoff game through 2032.
Okay.
And with the Celebration Bowl also through 2032.
Wow.
So although we're currently in the final year of the existing agreement, my hat's off to the commissioner of each conference because they were intuitive enough to go ahead and begin the negotiations last year.
Particularly in this current environment and marketplace. You're right.
Correct. And so we were able to get a deal done, get it signed, and are able to announce it even though the current contract doesn't end until December, and we had until June of next year to strike a new one. So we're ahead of the curve in that regard. And I will tell you how huge that is. It's significant because every other conference that has a bowl game only did a 1-year deal.
Right.
There are no other multi-year agreements in place as we sit here today from a conference and bowl. So with the MEAC and the SWAC signing this deal to extend the Celebration Bowl and to extend the kickoff game, MEAC SWAC Challenge kickoff through 2032 puts those conferences in a unique position in all of college football. I didn't say FCS. I didn't say HBCU. In all of college football. So the significance of that announcement
is huge.
Is huge to the entire HBCU landscape. Even though it's the MEAC and the SWAC, it carries ripples effect over into Division II conferences as well.
Good point.
So the fact that Ashley in Jackson State, he always sends me a note whenever he's showing up that the champs are here, and that they are, rightfully so.
Right.
Our 2005 national champion. Imagine now the security that we all have,
right,
and that the conference members have in knowing that they have a national championship to pursue through 2032, which brings relevance to everything. It elevates the SWAC championship. It elevates the classic games that in my view, that people that these universities that are important in the ecosystem, but they're more important now because I need to beat you to get to the SWAC championship. It's not just need to beat, win because it's a rivalry game. Although it's important, it's a rivalry, but I need to get to the SWAC championship for a chance to get to Atlanta.
And that's part of the key mechanism in hosting the game.
Right.
Correct.
So let me give those updates. You've heard some updates here from Ashley, the VP of Athletics, in terms of economic strength of Jackson State University. You've heard about the new ESPN extension of the multi-year media rights agreement from John Grant, Executive Director. Let's close on that point. Multi-year media rights deal extended to 31-32. Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge presented by Toyota, 32, extended. The Cricket Celebration Bowl presented by Toyota, extended to 32. So those are some of the metrics that we talk about when you understand the landscape of HBCU sports, as I like to say, from an ecosystem, just how valuable and powerful it is. So make sure as you celebrate your team that you celebrate the conference, you celebrate HBCU sports, and find a place, if you're not there in the stadium, that you're watching it on television to make sure you can get all your in-depth knowledge. And then make sure you also celebrate those social media platforms that are echoing that information so you're prepared for when you attend the games or watch the games during the year. With that being said, we'll take our break and see if we can bring you some more coverage. We'll let these partners, if you would, go. This is BCSN Game Time. We are here in Birmingham, Alabama for the 2026 SWAC Football Media Day.
Awesome. Always great news. Oh, I have much respect for what y'all do. Y'all do a great job.
We cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJVN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
For over 30 years, HBCU Image has been more than just an apparel store. We've been a movement, a statement, a legacy. We celebrate the pride, the purpose, and the culture that make historically Black colleges and universities legendary. HBCU Image, a Kenny T's company.
Introducing the HBCU Trivia Game. It's more than a board game. It's a journey to the legacy of historically Black colleges and universities. Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up. Start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, you stand put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation wins. The HBCU Trivia Game. Support, educate, entertain. Available now. Let the journey begin.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL on August 29th with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff presented by Toyota, representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing MEAC, Howard, Bull. In Prime time with a kickoff trophy up for grabs. Join us pre-game for band jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit meaxwackchallenge.com.
At West Virginia State, those Yellow Jackets finished 5-6 overall and 4-4 in that conference race. They're outside. They also have points. Let's go into the next bottom. Done.
Talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show. Back to the BCSN's live coverage here from the 2026 SWAC Football Media Day. This is the O&G Strike Zone version of our broadcast, as myself and Kelvin Rozier are joined by a pair of Rattlers here. To the far end, it's our quarterback, Isaiah Knowles, and to his right is defensive end, Antonio Kamen. Gentlemen, welcome to SWAC Media Day. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Great.
Hey, and before we start, these are the best dressed guys.
Without
here.
a doubt. Hands down.
I mean, they represent the Rattlers well.
We won the contest.
Yeah.
We won the contest. Best student athletes by far. Well, gentlemen, first off, let's start with the, Coach Gray inviting you and bringing you along. What is that opportunity, and describe what that felt like when you got that announcement and you got that call to come be a part of this. Starting Isaiah.
Yeah, it's definitely been a blessing. When he first recruited me back in 2023, I just knew that this is exactly where I'm supposed to be, playing underneath him. And he's a leader of men, just on off the field in all areas, and the fact that he's been able to help me develop into a man and as well as a quarterback I am today, it's just like when I got this opportunity, when I hit the portal and he told me he was going ahead and be moving to a different school, it was just like, why not run it back one more time kind of thing. And we've done great things together, so it's like, why not for my last collegiate season, it's just like, let's go out with a bang and do it again one more time.
Nice. Antonio?
Yeah, I say the same. It's like it's a blessing for him to get in contact with me just after hitting the portal after the season. Just getting in contact with him and just the new coaching staff, just trusting them what they are going to do this season and stuff like that. I feel like it's going to be a great year.
Let me ask. Let me start with you, Antonio, because as a member of last year's team, and like you said, you did test the waters of the portal, and then Coach Gray comes in. What was the motivating factor for you to come back? What kind of conversations did you have with Coach Gray that you said, this feels like a good play. I already liked coming to FAMU in the first place. So in terms of staying, what kind of conversations were those like?
Yeah, I just say just the history of just with Coach Gray, just being at Florida A&M. He played a great role here, just being a football player. Just him. Just keep encouraging me, just telling me this the right spot for me and my family. I'll say that.
Yeah. And Isaiah, when we talked to Coach Gray, he had. I mean, I could tell in his conversations about you that relationship was strong. Tell us something about the relationship that you and he have built over the last couple years, and how do you think, even at a previous school, how that kind of translates into how you two will lead this program going into this season?
Absolutely, yeah. No, Coach Gray is family to me for real. He's like a second father figure, or uncle, whatever you want to call it. He's family for sure. I've recently just got engaged, so like him and his wife is heading.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Him and his wife are definitely coming to the wedding and all that stuff. So the relationship we have off the field, I think, has allowed us to gel so well on the field. We know how each other operate, kind of think the same. Like, we're in this situation, like third down, like I have a feeling he's going to call a certain play, and he ends up calling the play. So it's just like I know where to go with the ball because I know why he's calling the play, and I think that happens starts off the field. In all honesty, and being able to just have him in my corner at all times, I'm in his corner at all times, and having that relationship, I think, has just been a testament of the success we've had together.
Nice. Go ahead, Kev.
So now we're getting ready for camp to happen, and you all was chosen to come and represent the team. You're leaders of the team. So tell me about your leadership style and some of the things that have been going on during the summer.
I'm definitely a vocal leader as well as lead by example kind of guy. Obviously, I'm to a new team, new environment, all that stuff. So when I first got there, I had to kind of show them like lead by example. But as soon as they saw like who I was and all that stuff, and got that respect of like the things I could do, it was just like easy just to ease into the vocal side of things and having them just kind of buy in and understand that Coach Graves, what he wants as a structure, what he wants for his program, and all that stuff.
Yeah, I say the same thing. Just getting everyone to buy in with the program, making sure no one feels like left out or just thinking it's just like they're in it for themselves. Just how the standard, what Coach Grace say, you got to be all in when you want to play for Florida A&M.
What's up?
So there's a lot of chatter about being the preseason rankings, postseason ban, whether or not there was something to play for. Just kind of, I want to hear from you all. What y'all response to that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not the greatest things you want to hear and all that, but we can only control what we can control at the end of the day. And we kind of all discuss that among ourselves as a team. And all we got to do is it just allows us to kind of to make the most of our opportunities. We get 12 opportunities to go out each and every Saturday to just go out and put our best foot forward. So just being able to have those just to kind of prove those people wrong kind of gives us extra motivation going into the season.
Okay, Tony?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we I'll say yeah. We can't control what the politics are. We can't control that. So it's just we got to keep our head up and just keep moving forward and just don't let things get in our way that's going to distract us from the season.
All right. My next question is, so you've got about 80 plus guys in camp and everything. How's training going, and what do you think of the personnel you have?
It's going well. This summer we've been working hard. We've got a great strength coach in Coach Woods, and he's been getting us right as far as speed and agility, as well as in the weight room, moving the bar, not just heavy weight, but moving it fast as well, being explosive. So that being imperative with like doing OTAs, player-led OTAs, and just going out and making sure that, especially on the offensive side, like guys running the right depth, I'm setting the protection right, the offense knowing why I'm setting the protection, running backs, we're getting our footwork right and all that stuff, as well as defense, doing their pursuit drills and making sure they're good on coverage-wise and all that. And I feel like those little things that we're able to do over the summer is definitely going to be a big part of going into fall camp and constantly just competing against each other and making each one of us better.
Okay.
Yeah. The scheme that I say we trying to put together. We just trying to put together just a great group of young men, just trying to stay focused and just keep it short.
Let me ask Antonio on the defensive side of the ball. Now Rattler Nation is hungry.
Oh yeah,
to see the clouds, the dark clouds come
yes,
back.
Sir.
What do you want to tell Rattler Nation? Is the dark cloud defense coming back?
Yeah,
in 26. Is it bad? Is
the
storms rolling back in over Tallahassee?
I say that the dark cloud defense is back this year for sure. I feel like we went to go get a couple pieces that's going to help us win way more football games this year. So I feel like this should be a great year for the Rattler family to come out and support us this year.
Nice.
Aren't you the last player? Weren't you on the championship team?
No, sir.
Oh, you came the year after?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And Isaiah offensively. Now, we watched you put up numbers there. We had a nice view of what you could do when you came to Tallahassee last year, and we watched you have great success at Albany State, and the offense was clicking. Now we know Coach Gray offensively, he used to put up 30+ points.
Yeah.
I don't know how much. I'm sure he's told you about the stories.
Yeah.
What's the offense looking like in terms of the offensive production, because I still feel like a heavy portion of Rattler Nation, we are hungry for those 30-plus point production games. We haven't seen much of them lately, but we're hungry to see them come back.
Yeah, so these last couple of years at Albany State, man, we've had probably like top 10 offenses in each year, in all honesty. So I think that's just a testament of how good our scheme is, how great of a play caller Coach Gray is, as well as the preparation we do throughout the week leading up to Saturdays. He's great at teaching us, preparing us about situational football. So I would just say to like Rattler Nation, like going into this season, like what we've seen in the past at Albany State, that success, just look forward to that success or even more, honestly.
See, Kelvin, I'm already, I'm gonna step out here. You don't have to answer, but I'm already seeing 30-plus points on offense, and I'm seeing holding people under.
Right.
10?
Zero.
10? Oh, look.
Zero.
See,
We don't want
I
no one
was
to
going to
score.
say under single digits on defense. But
10 being too nice.
Okay, yes, sir. I like that.
So to that point, I want to hear what your team goals are and what your individual goals are.
Yeah, our team goal is really just to go 1-0 each and every week, but that starts obviously in the off season, starting in January during winter workouts and all that stuff. So we're really just looking forward to be able to put our best foot forward and the opportunities just to like really show what FAMU football is about now. And I think FAMU football is going to be in great hands for the future to come. As far as personal goals, this is my last college season really for my career. So honestly, I just want to have fun. Just want to be able to leave it out there. I feel like I'm playing my best when I'm just playing loose and just having fun in all honesty. So and that just be able to continue to make the impact on the people around me and just leave off on a good note.
Okay.
I agree with Isaiah Knowles when he say 1-0 every week. I think that'll be our goal this year. Just don't overlook any team. Just focus on week by week. And just my personal goal for this season is just to go out there and play hard, physical, and violence this year. Just to not give up. Make sure none of my players give up this year.
Yeah, love that. Okay. Now, you two gentlemen both are from the Tampa area, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
both
sir.
from the Tampa. So these are Florida guys, right? Florida guys, and they've traveled in different places and spaces, but they're back home in Florida. We have 6 home games in Bragg, and you know how Bragg is. So already Club Bragg for a couple of those night games. We have 3 other games in the state of Florida. So that's 9 of 12 in the state of Florida. How excited, for your families to be able to come see you. Talk a little bit about just having that kind of opportunity in the state of Florida. Tony and then Antonio and then Isaiah.
Okay, I'll say just having that many games in Florida this year, I feel like my parents they are excited, and my sisters they could come to way more games this year. Last year they didn't get to come to that many, so this year just having a lot of games in Florida, they're really excited. Got everything booked already, so they've been calling my phone, just saying that they're ready for this season, and I can't wait either.
Nice.
While I was at Albany, we only had, I think we played in Jacksonville one time my past 2 years. So other than that, we was playing in Georgia and every other state. So the fact that I'm back in Florida and we got a lot of games in Florida, and I'm calling up like uncles, aunts, cousins, like, come on, like come support. It's my last year too. Like y'all got to come out. So yeah, I'm pretty excited.
That's awesome. Well, we're not going to talk about the fact that the Rattlers have 3 homecoming games this year. One in Tallahassee, 2 outside, and so we're looking forward to that. But when we look at opponents, and you guys have got a chance to meet some of your fellow SWAC opponents and the different schools. Who's the school that for whatever reason that you're looking forward to playing this year? I know you can tell me every school, but come on, there's got to be who are you most excited to play?
Well, like you said, like we're focused on each week, one at a time for real. But to give you that answer, I'm looking forward against Bama State. In all honesty, Andrew Body is a great quarterback, and we're pretty good friends as well. So being able to be at this level along with him and get to play at a game against each other, let alone that's our homecoming as well, I think it's just going to be a great environment, just a great opportunity for just both of us to go like neck and neck with each other, and it's going to be a good game for sure.
Oh, for sure. How about you, Antonio?
Yeah, I'll say same thing. Just focus on 1-0 every week, but I'll say Jackson State just that more like a tense game. Just I know everyone want to come to that game, so I know that game gonna be packed out, and yeah.
Well, the Rattlers will be traveling to let me see. We're traveling to Alcorn this year for the first time in probably forever. Going back to Jackson. Who's the other road game? Why can't I think of it right now off the bat?
West team, right?
From the West? No, let's see. We went to UAPB. Valley's coming home. Why can't I think? I'm just bad television here. I opened myself up to a question, hoping my partner had me. But anyway, we're looking forward to
Alabama State, Jackson. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Alabama State and
Yeah.
Jackson. Okay, so look, I mean, Rattler Nation, this is going to be a great season. We're looking forward to it. Kicking off in less than 45 days, I can tell you, with the
43.
Orange Blossom Classic against
Coming up.
South Carolina State, the defending HBCU national champs. It doesn't get any better right there in Miami Gardens. So if you haven't already purchased your tickets for the Orange Blossom Classic, Rattler Nation, get it done. Let's go. Let's stop waiting around. Go ahead and get your hotel, get your tickets, and be ready to be there in Miami Gardens for the opening. And of course, don't forget, we open the season at home against Albany State, your former team.
Yes, sir.
So that'll be fun, and that's week 0. So looking forward to the start of the season. Guys, I'm going to give you guys the last word. Any shout-outs, anybody you want to say hello to that might be watching? Isaiah?
Mom and Dad, thank you for everything. And Rattler Nation, let's get ready for a great year.
Mom and Dad, my sisters, and my dogs that's watching, man. I'm proud of y'all. And I thank y'all for everything. I love y'all.
All right, folks, we appreciate you watching. Rattler Nation, make sure you reach out to these two on social media. Make sure you support them. And coming up next, we'll be talking with the executive director of the Orange Blossom Classic, Kendra Bullock, will be joining us next. All right, hang tight. You're watching, exactly, Fangs Up, baby. You're watching the 2026 SWAC Football Media Day live from Birmingham here at the Sheridan in Birmingham. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right, great job, guys.
Thank
Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up, start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, you stay put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation wins. The HBCU Trivia Game. Support, educate, entertain. Available now. Let the journey begin.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL on August 29th with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff presented by Toyota, representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing the MEAC, Howard, Bulldogs, Spicer, the Marching Maroon and White, the Showtime Marching Band, the premier FCS matchup in primetime with a kickoff trophy up for grabs. Join us pre-game for fan jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACChallenge.com.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
If you've ever told yourself, I want to get into real estate but don't know where to start, here's something just for you. From Friday, July 31st to Sunday, August 2nd, the Learn Real Estate Fast Masterclass is coming to McKenzie Office Park in College Park. You'll learn wholesaling, commercial investing, and how to purchase property with zero money or credit. I can tell you, education and access are everything. This masterclass is designed to give you both. Whether you're brand new or ready to level up, this is where you start making real moves. Enjoy free lunch, free study materials, and receive a certification of completion. So don't wait. Seats are filling fast. Do not sit on the sidelines while others build wealth. Take that first step toward ownership and legacy. Get your tickets now at learnrealestatefast.com or tickpick.com. For more information, call 678-859-3303. Master the market. Build your legacy. Secure your future today.
Introducing the HBCU Trivia Game. It's more than a board game. It's a journey to the legacy of historically Black colleges and universities. Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up. Start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical...
Welcome back to Birmingham, Alabama, the Sheridan here, 2026 SWAC Football Media Day. Brian Fulford, Kelvin Rozier, and joining us right now in the center chair is the executive director of the Orange Blossom Classic this year, featuring Florida A&M and South Carolina State, Ms. Kendra Bullock. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Wonderful. All right. So SWAC Football Media Day.
Yes,
And,
here again.
here again, exactly. And, the Rattlers are here. But you see all 12 of these institutions, all of them at any point in time could be a part of the Orange Blossom Classic. But as you make your way around and you talk to all the coaches and players, and what are some of your thoughts about Media Day today?
It's been a great day. It really has. I've enjoyed the excitement, the anticipation, the enthusiasm around what's to come with the season. Of course, outside of the Orange Blossom Classic, I've heard a lot about the Labor Day Classic with Prairie View and Texas Southern. So it's just a lot of excitement. People, of course, are talking about the MEAC SWAC Challenge presser coming up next week. And, of course, with the OBC, it's an opportunity to see what South Carolina State looks like up against the SWAC opponent. So, yeah, it's been great walking around and hearing everybody's take on different things.
So obviously we are very, very proud, and we hold on to the Orange Blossom Classic as Rattlers. But it's really been it's been one of the staples of the classic scene. What are some of the things that go into it that maybe people don't have an appreciation of, that goes into creating such an event that every coach and athlete that I've heard from and talked to, they talk about how great the event is run, how great it's marketed, how they take care of, but just talk about what goes into that.
Well, I'm going to say, first of all, since we got women in charge, I'm just going to put that out there, fellas. Okay.
That's fair.
So, no, joking. All jokes aside, I think there is a level of just how meticulous we are when it comes to details and fine tuning, and just making sure that the overall experience for the players, for the coaching staff, for the universities, the administration, just that everybody is happy and comfortable. And so it's a lot. It is really details down to escorts and drivers and schedules. I was just joking with the young lady who heads up my operations, because she had been on a couple of the coaches to make sure that we got the itinerary together for the week, and they're like, but it's only July. But no, we need a shell, we need a draft. There are certain things that we need to make sure we have in place so that we can make the experience overall the pleasant experience. From a marketing standpoint, when you have a school like FAMU, it kind of markets itself just because Rattler Nation is Rattler Nation, but you want to get it out there to sometimes people who have absolutely no affiliation to the school, but who just enjoy the HBCU culture. So a lot goes into, we start marketing, I think, from the game ends in September. We usually start like around January, just so we have to find creative ways for 9 months to keep people excited and keep people engaged. So it is a very detailed marketing plan with different campaigns. But yeah, it's a lot, but it comes down to paying attention to detail, being very meticulous, and just having the support and the buy-in from the universities, because we do ask them to market and we ask them to help us so that we can help them.
There you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kel.
An event like this, a large event, you don't do it in a vacuum by yourself. So I want you to talk about your team and your board and how all this comes about.
So yeah, my team is amazing, and you guys have seen them walking around. A couple of them walking around today, but they are. I think when you look for people to do something like this alongside of you, number one, I always say I'm the one that just happens to have the microphone, but it's a group of people behind me that really have the responsibility of the day-to-day operational side. And the one thing that I look for, that I pray for, and I ask God to send me is people who really understand the vision, because anybody can get a paycheck and come in and do a job from 9 to 5. But when you're bought into the vision and you say, okay, this is more than just a football game, this is giving young student athletes an opportunity to play inside of an NFL stadium. This is giving a school like FAMU to be, spotlighted and highlighted on the ESPN main stage. This is giving this next generation an opportunity to experience the HBCU culture. So when they understand that, and they've bought into the vision, then the possibilities are endless as far as the work that we can do. So now it doesn't feel like at 5 o'clock I'm out of here, I'm clocking out. If we have to stay till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock to make it happen, to get it done, then that's what we do.
Okay, and just talk about events. I know there's some events before the game. Just kind of talk about some events that's leading up to the game.
So we always make sure that there's a community element in place. So we start with our career fair, which we partner with a couple of our local institutions, our local not HBCUs, well, yes, our local HBCU Florida Memorial, but also some of our local universities within the South Florida area. And we get them to bring over their college students. And we have a lot of our sponsors whose human resources departments come and set up tables. We have a lot of our local employers, because of course you're graduating from college. What do you do? What's the next step, right? Now, I'm not going to say that their mind is always, on looking for a job Labor Day weekend. So we do that really early in the week on a Tuesday. So we start with our career fair. We also host a symposium on sports and entertainment, careers and opportunities. And then we have an opening night mixer and kind of VIP thing for a lot of our dignitaries, and on that Thursday to just welcome everybody into the city. Friday morning, because again, a part of our mission is to provide scholarships. So on Friday morning, we have our scholarship fundraising luncheon. This year, our keynote speaker will be Miss Crystal Hazlett, who is she's from on Tyler Perry's Sisters.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's going to serve as our keynote. We'll be honoring some other individuals who have really done a lot to support HBCUs on a local and national level. And then on Saturday, we have Friday night, we have our denim party. So that's our annual, right, featuring Pretty Ricky. On Saturday, we have our step show. And then on Sunday, 3 p.m., we have the big game. Fan Fest gates open at 12. Game kicks off at 3 p.m. So we have Trina, Miami's own, the baddest, performing live on our Fan Fest stage. And then we'll kick off at 3 o'clock with South Carolina State and FAMU.
Fan Fest. I'm telling you, don't sleep on Fan Fest. Do not sleep on Fan Fest. I know some of y'all like to tailgate out there around the corner, but y'all need to make your way to Fan Fest, because I was blown away. And praying we always get good weather and all that good stuff. But assuming all that is Fan Fest and all the other stuff, I may have to get into town a little bit earlier this year. Kelvin, the denim party.
Absolutely, I'm there.
I might have to get in town on a Thursday if I need to, maybe even Wednesday. Just take the whole week off. So I had a thought here about the game environment in the game, but I want you to just kind of let people know where they can purchase their tickets. Again, the kickoff 3 o'clock. If you can't make it, we always like eyes on the game. And so it will be on ESPN.
Yes.
2?
No.
Okay.
Main network.
Oh, excuse me. Okay,
but that's a testament to the brand, right?
Yes.
You got Orange Blossom Classic, of course, but then you've got South Carolina State and FAMU. So yeah, we are on ESPN.
ESPN, 3 o'clock Eastern. How can people purchase tickets? Because we know we need folks in the seats. So especially if you're in South Florida, if you're in Florida, look, it's Labor Day weekend. What better place to spend Labor Day weekend?
Don't have to go to work on Monday.
Exactly.
Game is at 3 o'clock, so you've got all of Sunday night to rest up, party, do whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let people know how they can purchase tickets and come be a part of the experience.
OrangeBlossomClassic.com. And everything you need to know about the weekend. And that's not just ticket purchases, but regular tickets, but suites, luxury seating. And then also, if you want to be a part as far as volunteering or being a vendor, there are links on the website for that. But all information, OrangeBlossomClassic.com, or, of course, our social media channels at Orange Blossom FC.
Now, do we have gear? Because I really enjoyed the gear that I bought a couple of years ago.
Yes, we do. We have merch, really, really good.
It really is.
Yep. So and our merch not only features information about the schools, but it's HBCUs. So that our merchandise highlights that HBCU culture. Yeah. So merchandise will be available.
And
for sale.
hotel rates and information are there as well, correct?
Yes, get your hotels. We were able to negotiate some really good hotel rates.
I've seen it,
So
yes.
our hotel rates, I think, start as low as $129. Some of our higher end hotels waiving resort fees. So yeah, get your hotels. They are going fast.
All right, there you go. So Labor Day weekend on Sunday. Again, the game is on Sunday, the day, in between. A lot of you will be watching your team play on Saturday, and then you're going to be thinking, oh, what am I going to do on Sunday? Well, look, if you plan it right, you can, leave from your game and then get on a plane and then come to South Florida that evening, if you plan it right. But anyway, or you could just spend the whole weekend in South Florida and watch your team on TV, SWAC TV, or wherever else they're going to be broadcast. They're not going to miss you for 1 week. 1 week, and then come to South Florida. Come hang out with us, and then especially make sure you're at Fan Fest on Sunday. Woo.
Yes,
Lord have
Fan Fest is always lit. It is. It's always an experience,
It
and you
is,
have
it
to
is.
have a game ticket to enjoy Fan Fest. So,
Oh, well, yes,
put that out
definitely,
there.
definitely.
And in order to tailgate, you also have to have a game ticket. So you
Right,
can't just come and post up in the parking lot.
Yeah, we don't do that these days.
Right.
We can't do that these days.
Exactly.
All right. Well, as always, Kendra, thank you for stopping in and talking to us. And again, we want to encourage everybody again. South Carolina State, the defending HBCU national champs. I'm looking to see how much a Bulldog Nation. There's a lot of chirping by the Bulldogs, going one. Everybody's trying to go 1-0. So we want to hear that. We want to hear that talk. Come on down to South Florida. FAMU versus South Carolina State, one of our biggest rivals, right?
Yeah.
I mean, where are we at, Kelvin, in terms of? We've been it's number 2 or 3 at least, top 3 in terms of who we played the most. Yeah.
Yeah, we challenge you Bulldogs to come on and come on to Florida. Now this is our state still, but come on down, enjoy, and let's compete. Let's get it on.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Kendra. Appreciate you. OrangeBlossomClassic.com or Orange Blossom FC on social media.
Yep.
And, you guys stick around. We'll have more coverage right here. More coaches, more players, more special guests coming up here soon. You're watching the 2026 SWAC Football Media Day live coverage here on the Black College Sports Network. We'll be back in just a moment.
AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Planning an event? From weddings to corporate functions, CMJ Events LLC brings over 15 years of experience to make your vision a reality. Based in Metro Atlanta and serving statewide, even internationally, we provide versatile event planning and authentic catering cuisines tailored to your needs. Whether it's pre-game meals for student athletes, fundraisers, weddings, corporate functions, CMJ Events LLC is your one-stop solution for exceptional service and unforgettable food. Our diverse culinary heritage means we cater to all cultural tastes, dietary needs, and food restrictions, making every meal uniquely yours. Let's make your next event unforgettable. Visit us on all social media at CMJ Events LLC or email us at cmjeventsllc@gmail.com. Also give us a call at 404-664-3882 so that we can start planning. From cancer care to accidental injuries to cardiac care, we all know that there are times that you can't control what happens in your life. But with Globe Life Family Heritage, you can be prepared to weather the storm when it comes. Call Dr. Beverly Eagle Rogers at 877-300-8269 or visit the website at globelifefamilyheritage.com. With over 25 years of serving communities, Dr. Beverly Eagles Rogers is here to help you and your family through difficult times. Dr. Beverly takes pride in Globe Life being one of the few companies that returns 100% of premiums to clients that stay healthy. So for more information, call Dr. Beverly Eagle Rogers at 877-300-8269 or visit the website at globelifefamilyheritage.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff presented by Toyota is back in Atlanta on August 29th. Representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing the MEAC, Howard. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and bands.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
If you've ever told yourself, I want to get into real estate but don't know where to start, here's something just for you. From Friday, July 31st to Sunday, August 2nd, the Learn Real Estate Fast Masterclass is coming to McKenzie Office Park in
BCSN Gametime. We're here in the 2026 Birmingham, Alabama for the SWAC Football Media Day, and I have Prairie View A&M University head coach Tremaine Jackson with me. Let's start off with you, and then we'll bring everybody on to the table in terms of that. How has the event been for you so far?
It's been good, a little different. You know, it's our second time being here as a staff, and last year we didn't really know what to expect, kind of getting our feet wet on some things, and now we kind of know where everybody is, and we're familiar with others, and so it's been a really good experience.
We also have Dr. Christopher Williams.
Yes,
I just call him DJ. I know that's a lifetime ago. Now he serves as a GM for football, among many other talents, and was one of the first GMs in HBCU football at the SWAC. How are you doing today, Dr. Williams?
I'm great, sir. I appreciate you having me on, man. It's been a journey from year one now to year two. So it's gonna be fun this year. It's gonna be really fun.
Yeah, I look forward to it too for many different reasons. We also have Shay Taylor, and she is with the football program, assistant GM, and as the history will be told, she's the first woman to be a assistant GM for a SWAC program, and for that matter, in terms of what we looked up in records for HBCU programs, and one of the first across the country, if not the first. We're still digging a little bit there, but regardless, you see history is being made. How are you doing today? How was your first SWAC?
This has been awesome.
Media.
I love it. I love it. I love our staff, our coaches. This has been a good experience. Meeting other coaches, just the media. This has been a good experience for everyone, and I'm glad they're embracing me.
I want to talk about a little bit for you talking about the first.
Yes, sir.
For other individuals out there, how did you get involved in this? And then how did this opportunity come your way?
I was an high school athlete that got injured and went to college. I was a student trainer, so I taped ankles for the football team for track, and it just led into meeting college coaches and staying in football and just worked myself up from there. Yes, sir.
Dr. Williams.
Really talented too.
That's what I heard.
She ain't gonna tell you that.
I heard it. Well, you know, people don't brag on themselves. I was gonna let you do
really
that.
Talented, and you asked her how she got hired. I wasn't trying to hire her. I didn't think she was serious. She
I like
was in
that.
the SEC. I said I can't afford you. I'm looking for somebody like you.
Yeah.
And she was adamant that she wanted this experience.
Wow,
We're grateful to
amazing.
have her.
Congratulations. And to your credit, and that's a lesson for individuals out there, really, regardless of the background. Oftentimes, you got to see your vision forward, and then you got to go get it, and you got to speak it to folks and let them know, no, this is what I want at this time right now, and I'm ready for it.
I was just thankful that they saw the vision as well, right? So if you don't have the platform and people aren't looking and advocating for you, you don't have that. And so I had some innovative people with hearts in the right places, and they were the catalyst for this.
All eyes were on football a lot of ways, Dr. Williams, in terms of what went down, rightfully so, with a tremendous season, a lot of firsts, including a SWAC championship game, which included the first team to go on the road to win in the new format of the SWAC in terms of a team hosting it. So that took place. But I want to ask you from this perspective, how was the first year in terms of GM? I'm sure you learned a lot in terms of what that looks like from various angles, but talk a little bit for those that really don't understand what that means to be a GM at this level. What did that look like for you?
Let me let you. I want to make sure you're talking up.
That's fair. Oh, wow. Pretty awesome. Hmm.
We need to make sure we hear all that.
All right. Point at me, tell me when we're ready. We live? All right. So we're here, and that's what you do at the media day oftentimes when it's live, find a way to get it done. Yeah, so while he's getting straight, Coach, I'm going to ask you from this perspective. He started to talk about, how much you've learned in that. Why was it important for you in this role with the support of AD Golf to say that we're going to do a lot of firsts, we're going to do a lot of visionary things, and it's because it's what's necessary for us to create the vision both of y'all had at being at the top. Why was the GM and now assistant GM important for you to have for this program?
AD Golf and I talk a lot about being normal, right? And so you got to look around the country to see what's normal.
Yeah.
And what's normal in college football is that there's a GM in football that deals with a lot of administrative stuff that keeps stuff off of my plate and AD Golf's plate. Because if they're looking for the football coach, chances are they're looking for the AD too.
That's true.
And so Dr. Williams serves as the go-between to do that. But from a recruiting standpoint, things has changed. There's a lot of staff that you got to manage. And that when we're in football season, I don't want to have to manage that staff. I can't do. I got to get with the players, the coaches. Yeah. So Doc was able to fill in that role. When we hired him, like we talked about last year, I didn't want somebody with a football background. I wanted somebody with a business background because there's business involved.
Yeah.
And you got to know how to do business. And a bunch of football coaches sitting together just want to talk about football. But we had to make our business profitable and be able to have those conversations on both sides. And that's what he's allowed us to do. He learned the football piece. He's a quick study. And he learned who we needed and what we needed to make our program go. But Doc is really at his best when we're talking business, and we're moving the needle in our program financially. And then there's no better alum than Cruz Williams.
Very valuable across campus, right? Yeah, I agree with you. And it's hard to come from because there's got a lot of great ones out there, but he certainly has risen to the top in multiple ways. So let me go back to you, Dr. Williams, in terms of this perspective. And I know they smile because they don't hear that vernacular. But I'm an academician, so I want everybody to
Big
know.
words. Oh, yeah. I remember the big words.
That'll be used in a team meeting. Real soon.
I love it. You were saying about how much you learned in this role. If you would continue with that framework.
Yeah, I learned a lot in this role, man. Like I was saying earlier, Coach and the staff just really, on a daily basis, I saw what they did. I'm a visual learner, so the things that I heard, things that I saw, I adapted, incorporated my own process and how I'm able to do things, just to get the outcome that Coach was looking for, man. So for me, like I told him the other night, man, I was pledging Panthers with the rest of them, and I'm PV up and down.
Oh yeah,
but I was pledging Panthers.
You're right. You came through that group where sometimes. Well, never mind. We don't want to get nobody. You good. Let me go back to Coach. Let's talk about some stuff we can talk about. We'll talk about that later. With that said, Coach Jackson, let's look a little bit about this football team. What people really want to hear about. You had some individuals that came back that were ingrained in the football program, had the height, but you also have a lot of folks that you brought in. Before you shared how you inculcate folks into your framework of what it means to have a football team made in the image of what it is to be successful, talk about this year's team. And I know it's not necessarily individuals, but who are some folks that we can start to look at in terms of fan following the Panthers for 2026?
Yeah, what I really like about this team is they understand just because you were that don't make you that today, right? And so they're not allowing people to call them defending champions. They're not allowing people to tell them they got a target on their back. We've made a decision as a collective group that we're out the mud, in the mud, and we're trying to figure out how to get up. And the trophy is in the other room. It's unclaimed. The Celebration Bowl trophy and the SWAC Championship trophy, we didn't bring them here. And so because we didn't bring them, they don't belong to us. That means that we're not defending anything. We're trying to get it like everybody else. That team has really taken on that mantra that we're here to finish the fight. In order to finish the fight, we got to start one. August 29th, we're going to start one. You got to endure the fight. And then you got to get to the finish and be able to finish the end. That starts with two of the guys we brought, Malik Mason and Rodney Ojo. Those are two of a lot of our best, right? Those guys, they're near and dear to our program. Rodney Ojo was here when we got here. So we've been with Rodney spring, summer, fall, spring, summer, now another fall. Malik came last summer, so he's been able to see it. Those are two guys on two different tracks at Prairie View A&M, but they're near and dear to Prairie View A&M. Those guys are both on pace to graduate. Malik graduates in December, and he'll leave here as hopefully a really good player in our program. Chase Bingham, I've been asked a lot about him today. Chase has matured in such a great way. Now, we like older guys, so he wasn't old enough to be here today.
Right.
Chase is running practice back at home right now. But
it's nice when your not older guys are still involved where they can run practice. That says so.
And so it just shows where our program has come from to where guys are back. There's a lot of pictures went out in the group chat. Chase the first one to say something about those pictures on what we need to get done, right? And so there's a lot of guys. Eric Zachary has been phenomenal this spring, this summer. He's a guy that we've had the same amount of time with as Chase. And so to see the guys that were here when we got here that didn't know what it looked like, to now incorporate with the new guys and teach them what our program is, has been fun to sit back and watch. And I don't know if it happens very much, but it's happening in Prairie View.
Awesome. Before I go back to you all, I like your branding. You got the PVAM lapel, and then you have the DOG lapel. Really nice.
You want one of these?
No, I can't touch that. I'm just saying that it's nice. It works. It works. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
I just want you to know I put this together myself. Sometimes
I bet you did. I bet you did. So Shay, let me go back to you from this perspective.
Yes, sir.
In terms of the role that you're responsible for, how do you mix that in terms of the football side of Coach Jackson and level set that in a way that continues to push the needle forward?
It comes from the top, right? So we spend a lot of time together just figuring out his vision for the team.
I like that.
The coach's vision for the team, what Dr. Cruz has already done, right? And just measurables to setting the tone for kids in exit meetings to what we see on the field. So, like, it is just taking the vision that he has and just propelling it, right? And I geek out. So
it sounds like there's a lot of data driven in that, Dr. Williams. And for this generation and folks that hear about this and want to be engaged with athletics some format and may not want to travel the coaching path, or it may not be a from metrics and data, and taking that data in such a way that it can be usable to a coach. We hear this day a lot of folks say analytics may be too much, but there's a part of that that can be important if you really work with a coach and understand the philosophy and how you bring up data so they can meaningfully use that. Talk a little bit from that perspective, how your role in GM getting that data and doing just that.
Well, long term, the industry has changed. Like athletics has changed totally. And we could sit up here and deny AI all we want, right? Coach, and he can piggyback off of this. Utilizing that space and able to collect data, and then able to regurgitate that data, we have to be very like we said last year. Like we have to be so spot on because maybe the lack of resources, right? So we have to be spot on with a recruit.
Yeah, not a room for a lot of error. That financial money will allow you to cover up.
So with Shay and now Coach I think he's adopted. I think he loves AI. And so we can gather this. We can gather that we can gather this information, and now we can spit it out, and we can make a very sound decision on who we want, how they should look, where they are, what they've done, and get it almost down to the decimal point to make sure that we're getting the right kid for the program.
Sir, Coach, let me go back to you.
Let me piggyback
close
on
up.
that.
Please do.
Yep. We're about to release that we're hiring a director of AI.
Oh wow. Okay.
And she's a student.
Let's go.
But that speaks to the talent that's on our campus at Prairie View A&M. But I think we all have those resources if we find them, right?
Right.
And they're on every campus. And those that choose not to do that, just falling behind. When Shay came, Shay got 32 Excel documents. And I don't know what none of them mean. But I know she knows what they mean, and they help us in sound decision making. It doesn't take the place of coaching, doesn't take the place of the way we recruit, but it gives us, like Doc said, the most information so we can make the best decision. Because I got a boss.
Yeah.
I got an answer to that man. You know what I mean? And if something don't go right, when I go in there, I want to be able to
He
say,
won't answer, Stu.
we got the best data we can give him. But ultimately, what it's done, we just AI'd our teams off season.
Oh, okay.
And it showed us the growth, and it's showing us the growth. When we leave here, I got an email waiting on me now.
That's huge.
Where I'm trying to find out what kind of gains guys are making in comparison to others that we play.
Right.
And so, man, it's taking off. Kennedy Carroll is the young lady's name that's going to be our director of AI, and we look forward to that being a big deal. Again, trying to be normal in today's football.
I'll get you out of here on this. You talked about raising the bar, not just on the field, but also outside of that. We see that now with what you do with metrics, your social media engagement about telling your story, but also doing it in a way where you're engaging your fan base. In happenstance, oftentimes it engages the SWAC, HBCU, and FCS fan base, and some would probably say FBS for that matter across the board in terms of what that looks like. But a lot of the fans are credited to golf in terms of measurables, season ticket sales at the highest point that we've ever seen at Prairie View A&M University. Obviously, there's a continuation process to continue to move that forward. And across the board from athletics. We teased last night, but we got a top 6 ADVP of athletics. That's an inside thing for those that don't follow us. Y'all figure it out. Y'all will figure it out. Talk about the importance of engaging the entire program.
In order for success to be achieved, everybody in the village has to want the same thing. And what I think our administration, our athletic department, and we follow suit have done a good job of is engaging from the student to the financial aid to the admissions to everybody to the parking people to everybody that matters on a college campus. And at Prairie View A&M, everybody matters.
Right.
And so because we've engaged them, they've supported us. People support people they believe in.
Wow.
They believe in us. I didn't know season tickets were up high. So my man need a new contract for that. And if he get one, guess who else get
Hey, not to mention that he did it first. I mean, there's only 4 other programs, and they hadn't done it in this area when everything was at high. Winning a SWAC football championship, same time he won a men's basketball tournament. That enough was then. I was trying to get a contract extension off of that.
I'm just telling you, man, there's some really good things going on at Prairie View in our athletic department that are nationally seen.
That's true.
Right? And we don't always see the biology test. We don't always see the algebra test score.
Much as I want to,
but we
won't
see,
put it out there.
Right. HIPAA won't even allow us to do that. But HIPAA don't stop them scores from coming out.
No.
HIPAA don't stop records from being set. And so
Right.
I just think when you find like-minded people with similar ideas, then great things can happen. And we're fortunate to have that at Prairie View A&M.
Perfect. Well, we'll get you out of here on that, Coach. Appreciate it. That's Coach Tremaine Jackson, head football coach, Prairie View A&M University, Dr. Christopher Williams, the GM of football, and then Shay bringing in with assistant GM, getting it done, Shay Taylor. With that, we'll be right back after this quick break. Stick with us because we have another wonderful interview coming up. That's BCSN Game Time here in Birmingham, Alabama for the 2026 SWAC Football Media Day as we come to a close. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this break.
This is Ryan Fulker. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app. As we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
For over 30 years, HBCU Image has been more than just an apparel store. We've been a movement, a statement, a legacy. We celebrate the pride, the purpose, and the culture that make historically Black colleges and universities legendary. HBCU Image, a Kenny T's company.
Introducing the HBCU Trivia Game. It's more than a board game. It's a journey to the legacy of historically Black colleges and universities. Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up. Start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that can propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, you stand put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation.
This is Dr. Kenyatta Cavill. We're here with BCS Gametime here in Birmingham for the 2026 SWAC Football Media Day, and we have none other than the head football coach at Texas Southern University, Chris Dishman. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. And yourself?
It's been well. It's been there. Impactful day, a lot of good
It has been,
information.
hasn't it?
I've seen you've been making the tour. A lot of folks want to hear about Texas Southern University football, rightfully so. I know you look forward, but I want to take them back just a little bit. And I've told everybody that listen to me.
Not too far back.
No, I'm only say this from this perspective. You're right, too. I know coaches talk about every play means something. Yes. Every down means something.
Yes.
And that's from practice to what you do off the field, on the field, that nature. And I take it in my academic classroom and talk about the importance of that. And the reason was last year, literally a play away, if everything plays out, from the first game, last play, where your team, Texas Southern University, would have been traveling to Jackson State for a division championship. But above that, you had a winning season regardless of that. Paid through a season with a lot of things coming on behind the scenes that we don't have to discuss or talk about, but you push forward to a historical framework in regards to what you're doing at Texas Southern University and building this program.
Well, my job is to win games and graduate players. That's first and foremost. I have two jobs to do to win games and graduate players. Yes, last year, 65 winning season is great for that team. But every year a team is totally different. We're going to be totally different than we was last year. This year we're looking for more to come.
Good.
I know we have the pieces in place to help us win the West and help us win the championship.
Let's move forward and talk a little bit about that. Talk about some of the pieces that you believe to put together from coaches to players that put you in a position knowing that you've gotten better and it's going to pay off in terms of this season.
Well, two players that I have here with me, Cam is coming from Southern. He's going to help us win a lot of games here. He's played enough SWAC games, meaningful games in the SWAC. He came in with having great leadership and having our leader come back from defensive-wise, MJ Henson. He has come in and done a wonderful job of coaching our younger players and getting them on track of doing what's right.
You have one of the best demeanors I've seen from a coach with people wanting to decide how they see a coach. Very level set, and it transpires to your players because I get them in classes, see them on. They're all, for the most part, obviously you have folks that have their own way of doing it, but very level set, very straightforward. Is that something that you've always had, or is that something you've grown to?
Well, first of all, I get it from my mom.
Okay. All right.
Who always told the truth, my mom. But most of all, it's two coaches that always told me the truth, and I'm trying to implement my style of coaching on them.
Like that.
Coach Phil Bennett always told me the truth.
Okay.
Nick Saban always told me the truth.
Wow.
So, and what Coach Bennett always tells me is be truthful to your players, and they be truthful to you.
Respect.
So that's why I try to be.
Good. Go ahead, Brian. Jump in.
Coach, going into year 3, I have heard it said in many places that it usually takes about 3 years or somewhere in that recruiting cycle for a coach's culture or his way of doing things to really cement itself into the program. Here you are in year 3. Do you feel like your returners or the program is where you can take that next step now and win the West? And as Doc pointed out, you were a contender last year. I listened to Doc tell me enough times. Is this a year that you feel like culturally and just the way we do things, we are poised to win the West this year?
Well, the most thing is my rules, and I'm not going to change my rules for anyone. They are my rules.
Okay.
If you don't go to class, you're not going to be on the grass.
Okay.
If you disrespectful to women on campus, you're not going to be on a team.
Mm-hmm.
So players understand the rules, and it's up for our veteran players to tell the young guys. It's not for me to tell the guys who's coming in my rules. It's up for the veterans to be able to coach our guys and tell them the rules of what our team is about.
Right. Okay.
Talk a little bit of offensively. What do you want to see from your team offensively? Obviously, you're not going to give a great game plan. I'm not talking about that, unless you want to, But
no one's watching.
No one listening.
No one
or listening, right?
But talk about schematic-wise. What do you want to continue to do offensively, and are any slight changes you may have made?
Well, Coach Smith understands what we need as a team. It's not about me. It's about us.
Good one.
What we need as a
point.
team is points on the board. Our defense need to stop them from scoring points. So I'm relying on Coach Smith and Coach Vessels to do their job. I'm not going to do their job for them. I rely on them to do their job. Coach Smith's job is to get us more points on the board. Coach Vessels' job is to stop the points from getting on the board.
I have the fan base. I know you got a lot of support in terms of Texas Southern University that believe in what you're getting done. How do you feel about the way you've been supported at Texas Southern University?
Very good. Dr. Crawford and Dr. Jackson has done tremendous support of helping out the football program, helping out athletics in general.
Yeah.
When I talk about football and athletics, I talk about all the other sports too.
You do. You do.
So it's other sports involved in athletics besides for football.
And I've seen you in terms of being engaged. You go to different events, baseball, softball, basketball, name some other ones because there's so many sports at Texas Southern University. But you're there in terms of leading the way, and you also have a lot of your football players that will come at different times during the year. I think that's a wonderful
I
statement.
believe in supporting each other, and the two things I have not gone to and I'm trying to get to this year is the bowling and the debate team. I want to go see the debate team. I have not done that. Yes, I heard.
That's a good thing.
Those two events I'm trying to get to this year.
Yeah, a good one. It's been a while since bowling, so I'll need to find my way there. I have seen the debate team, and they are excellent for various reasons and show out good stuff. Talk a little bit more in terms of any new wrinkles or players, and I know holistically you talked about the team, but just in terms of a couple of players, if you would, that we can start as fans to look forward to, that if they make the expectation in terms of what they've done in the offseason, that they're poised to be able to do that and bring other players from a collective team perspective with them moving forward.
Well, I already talked about Cam, and I already talked about MJ.
Yes, sir.
But other players, we have Rorion Richardson, we have Cordell Rogers, we have Danny, who got hurt earlier in the first game last year, got hurt. He's coming back strong and ready. So we have so many good weapons that I can't talk about just one player. Sure. I'll be here all night to talk about all the people we have that can help us win ball games.
I appreciate that. Last question for you.
Well, let me follow up with that in terms of numbers. If you had to say, what do your returners look like on offensive, defensive, and just in terms of numbers?
I think defensively, our defensive line, as far as number wise, have returned the most people.
Okay.
Our tight end group has gotten better with the maturity of our young players.
Right. And just one other question regarding, you open the season against one of the top teams in the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and then you play your rival. You have a week 0 game. Do you look forward to actually having an opportunity to get a game under your belt before you play that game against your?
Before you answer that, I want to give Coach Dishman a lot of credit. He talks about me having all these shows, being on these shows, and part of that is the inside joke, and I know a lot of it is real, but I happen to be able to cover the media days. So I get a statement from North Carolina Central Trey Oliver saying, hey, I'm trying to get on the football schedule down there. Can you get with the coach? I said, yeah. So I kindly text Coach Dishman, talk with him.
Yeah.
He say, you got my number, right? He said, get the man the number. Let's make it happen. Next thing I know, they on the schedule. Credit to you, Coach, because everybody doesn't work like that.
Well, I think that's going to be a great game for us, first of
all,
to see where we are as a team.
Yeah.
Our first 5 games is going to be a good game to see where we are as a team. Okay. I wanted our harder games up front. So, therefore, in the back end, we got harder games, too, because in the SWAC, it's no easy games. True. You guys know that. It's no easy games. So, we have to be able to accomplish our first 5, break the season up in 5, accomplish our first 5, and then accomplish our second 5 or 6.
Gotcha.
Postseason, the last 5, closing down for a championship run. Good stuff. Anything else that you want to share that we didn't ask you that you want to get out there to the people?
I just wonder how you get through all these shows before you play. That's all I just wonder. You got to answer that question right here. How you get to about 30,
a lot of prayers.
30 shows,
I tell you, I tried to change some of my diet that you helped me with. You started teaching me. I've changed a little bit. I'm not as good as you yet, Coach.
I haven't seen you at that gym lately either, man.
No, I've been in the gym. I've been in the gym. I just go a little earlier. I just go a little earlier because I got to take Dukes to campus now. And so then I make sure I get out of there. But no, I've been in that gym. In fact, when I got here first day, I got in the gym time today and yesterday.
Discipline.
So no,
Discipline.
it's part of the regimen now. So get it done.
It's always good to see you guys up. My
Yes,
pleasure being on your
yes.
show.
Thank you, Coach. Thank
This
you.
is the
Appreciate
head
you.
football coach, Texas Southern University, Chris Dishman. Looking forward to a wonderful season. Get out there and watch some football. If you're not in person, make sure you get it on TV. You know you'll get the coverage here at BCSN. And closing up things, this is BCS Game Time here in Birmingham for 2026.
Buy season tickets.
Buy season tickets. Buy season tickets.
Amen. Buy season
in terms
tickets.
Of that.
Yes.
So again, let me say that one more time for those that are listening. Buy season tickets. Support your team. Go to the game, and part of that is making sure that you're doing your part and supporting your program, as well as watching it live on TV. If you can't get there, you can still buy your tickets, though. With that being said, BCS Game Time here in Birmingham, Alabama, 2026 SWAC Football Media Day closing out.
We got
we got a couple of more coming up, so we're
going
going to make sure you get that. Thank you, Coach, the correction. So stay tuned. We'll take this next break, and then we'll be back and ready to go give you a little bit more about your football season coming up for 2026. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen. Much love to y'all.
On Southern University Sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU Athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
If you've ever told yourself, I want to get into real estate but don't know where to start, here's something just for you. From Friday, July 31st to Sunday, August 2nd, the Learn Real Estate Fast Masterclass is coming to McKenzie Office Park in College Park. You'll learn wholesaling, commercial investing, and how to purchase property with zero money or credit. I can tell you, education and access are everything. This masterclass is designed to give you both. Whether you're brand new or ready to level up, this is where you start making real moves.
Welcome back to our live coverage, Black College Sports Network, Game Time here in the Sheridan here in Birmingham, Alabama, alongside Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, Brian Fulford here. Joining me, representing Alabama A&M, the Bulldogs, none other than Quad Brown and Jeremiah Davis, Hudson Davis.
Yes, sir.
All right, got to get it right.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, first off, thank you for sticking around because you're getting witnessing the breakdown. Like all the other media folks have left. But see, these two gentlemen right here representing Alabama A&M, they stuck around. They said, look, I'm going to make all the rounds and get to as many media people. So first off,
we appreciate that.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate you guys.
We appreciate y'all.
Let people know, what's this experience been like for you two?
Well, it's been great. It's been great. It's my second time here at Media Day, and it's always an extreme honor and privilege to represent your university. You know, playing football as a kid, you always want to represent something bigger than yourself, and it means a lot to my family to represent the name on the back of my jersey, but it means a lot to so many others to represent the name on the front of my jersey. So to be selected for Media Day is a huge privilege alongside this guy, one of the most hardest working men that I know. So like I said, I can't describe it as more than an extreme privilege and a blessing and opportunity.
Nice.
Well, I say I come from a small city in Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, and to be here, to be in this moment, to have this opportunity in front of these lights, and all these cameras, it's a blessing, man. Like, and to be able to speak the right words and say the right things and reach the right people and move in a correct manner to represent not just my city but myself and my family and where I come from. So it's an honor, man. I've had a lot of fun, you know. I've heard a lot of wisdom.
Wow.
I've enjoyed every second of it.
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice. Good, Doc.
Let me do this. Let me first say congratulations. Style impeccable.
Appreciate
You
that.
mix in, a dress attire, but you have your own little flair and touch to it.
Yeah.
I like that. Very modern with that framework, but dressed up in a way. So let me say kudos in terms of how you touched that up and did that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
That's love, man.
that's on
Appreciate
one.
that.
That's
Appreciate
on one.
that.
But now let's get into the business. Talk a little bit about this football season. Let me talk with you first, Quad. If you would allow me to use that name to address you in this interview. What do you see from an offensive perspective? Obviously, last year got off to a pretty well start. Things didn't go your way. A lot of that was due to injuries, but now you're back. Talk about offensively for yourself and the rest of the team.
Well, offensively, we play a really fun, entertaining brand of football. I think that's what people want to come to football games and see. They want to see points scored. They want to see explosive plays. They want to see runs bust out of the front gate and go the distance. So that's what we want to provide for people. Because at the end of the day, man, we're playing football. We're entertainers. And every time somebody watches myself or watches this Alabama A&M football team play, I want them to say, like, "Damn, man, that was fun. Like, who they got next week? Who they play the week after that?"
Yes,
man, I'm gonna have to find my way to the classic. Man, I got to get down there to Mobile for the Gulf Coast Challenge. We want people to really understand that we play a fun, entertaining brand of football, and we got a lot of guys that can make plays. We got Jordan Chambers-Smith coming back. He's poised for another big year. We want to double or triple the stats that he was able to accomplish as a true freshman. We got Amari Conley. He's a transfer receiver from California JUCO. He's electric. He's lightning in the bottle. We got Jarrell Williams, wide receiver transfer from West Virginia. He's 6'3", 205. That he can make the plays up top. We got Jalen Bean, transfer from Wyoming, another 6'4", 6'5" kid, 210 pounds that can catch the ball off the top shelf.
Let's go.
We got an offensive line that can run block and pass block, and they're a cohesive unit, and they're willing and able to do whatever it takes to win. We got a deep tight end room. We got 4 or 5 guys in that room that really could play and could start anywhere in this conference. So, just having those guys around me makes my job easy, and it makes the entertainment fun. Maurice Edwards V, I've been talking about him all day. I really truly believe that he's the best running back in the Southwest Athletic Conference, if not in all FCS.
Appreciate that.
He's really dynamic, and I've never seen one guy take him down. So, just having the talent around me makes my job easy. All I got to do is be the dealer. I got to distribute the cars, and I let those guys make the plays.
Make the plays. There you go. Let's go. Let's talk about from a defensive perspective. What do you see from your defensive side of the unit, and who are some folks that we can count on watching to be entertained, as you said, this football season?
So I'll start out by saying, defensively, we're taking a lot more pride this year, not just in our approach to workouts and lifting and things like that, but pride on the field, stopping the run, making plays in the passing game, making the right plays, communicating, just doing our 111, one by one, day by day, play by play. As far as the names, I've kind of been telling reporters all day, man. Like, after the season ended last year, we went in the dark. And we've stayed there. We stayed in the dark, and we've continued to work under this new strength and conditioning program with Coach Big John.
Wow.
We've continued to stay down and stay in the dark. So I won't necessarily put no names out there.
That's fair.
To
Respect
go
that.
to that manner, but I will say we've been working real hard, and we've been callousing the hands and the mind to approse this season with the right mindset.
Go ahead with the word, the framework,
wordsmiths
mindset.
over here, boy, I tell you.
Not only do they dress well,
Yeah.
they got their vocabulary too for you.
I'm telling you.
It's easy. Let's talk about kicking it off. And before that, in fact, I'll let you go in that direction if you want to. I saw you start there. But do me this. Sam Shade, I had the pleasure of covering him before he went to Alabama A&M at Miles College as he came up, did a tremendous job there. Now he's over at Alabama A&M. How is it being coached by him and learning along with all of his assistants?
Well, it's excellent.
Okay.
From my perspective, he's a defensive-minded head coach, so
Right.
he really trusts the guys on the offensive side of the football. Coach Dennis Alexander is a great offensive mind. He's the offensive coordinator, previous O-line coach, but now he just kind of oversees the entire offense. He's hired Coach Regents, the O-line coach, who played at Clemson. He played at the highest level in college, and he's very knowledgeable, very detail-oriented as far as coach offensive line and helping them perfect their craft. But having a leader that's been exactly where you want to be is big time. He's an extremely credible source. So whenever a guy that's been around the block, played the highest level of college football, played in the National Football League, and was able to put the helmet down on his time, and whenever he says something, you should listen, and that's what we're doing. It's not only his expertise and his credibility, but it's also we can see the genuine love that he has for the game And football is really his ministry. He's giving back to us because, I mean, Coach Shea, he doesn't need to coach football, but football is what he loves. He has a passion for the youth, and we can see that in his approach and the way that he interacts with us on a daily basis.
I appreciate you sharing it. What about you? He said that defensive guy, so I'm sure he has a lot of onus in terms of what he wants to see on that side. What are your thoughts?
So I'll start off by saying I came with Coach Shea from Miles College. I was a former player at Miles College.
That.
It was an honor playing for him there. It was an honor playing for that institution and putting on and winning there.
That's right.
And going into A&M and playing under their first season and understanding that the consistency that he had at Miles, he's carrying over here. And the consistency that he had at Miles showed at Miles. So just staying true to the process and the program that he got put in place. Understanding that Rome wasn't built in a day, and taking the chips how they come and still continuing to push forward as not just individuals or leaders, but as a unit, as a team, still picking each other up, still fighting through that adversity during summer workouts and persevering through the challenges that not just football but life throw at us.
No doubt. Go ahead, bro.
Quad is as you know, I was talking to other media folks about your story and your journey. They were like, "Yeah, you got to make sure you talk to Quad. Got to make sure you talk to Quad." So I'm glad you stopped by. And you're one of the people I will honestly say right here I'm rooting for this year because I mean you have been through some challenges and adversities and you've overcome. And I want you to just talk about what, being a part of the Alabama A&M community and family and just your journey and what you want to get out of this season, this collegiate season for yourself.
Yeah, well, I mean, I started off with John 16:33. In this life, Jesus says, in this life, you will face trials and tribulations. He didn't say you might face trials and tribulations. He said, in this life, you will face trials and tribulations. So, reading that text helped me understand that adversity is inevitable. There's nothing that you can do to avoid adversity in this life. Now, whenever we have everlasting life with God as we accept Jesus Christ, that's a different story. But right now, we're going to have a little trouble. But the text finishes up by saying, but take heart, I've overcome the world. So in reading that as a Christian, you understand that there's nothing in this life that can really knock me down enough to where I can't get back up. Because trials and tribulations, trouble is inevitable, but trouble don't last always. And I really believe that. So, I've just been facing some trials and tribulations, 3 surgeries in the past 3 years. Nothing that I could ever face is bigger than my purpose and my goal. And my purpose and my goal is to be a National Football League quarterback and continue to impact lives and inspire the youth. And I feel like I'm doing that on my way. But this is just my process. I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad at God. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not mad at people that have been involved in my injuries. This football, man, we play a very, very violent physical sport. And I'm thankful and I'm really appreciative that I have the skills and abilities to play at a high level. And like I said, my goal is to, break the passing records that Aquil Glass at Alabama A&M. I feel like each and every year that I play, the standard for my play goes higher and higher and higher. And, not only on my own, but last year in the 3 FCS games that I played, I averaged 337 all-purpose yards a game. Right. And I had 10 touchdowns because of the talent that I had around me.
Right.
I can't do any of this stuff by myself. Right. So really acknowledging the guys in that locker room, acknowledging Coach Dennis Alexander, acknowledging Coach Evans, acknowledging Coach Meyer, pass game coordinator. Those guys have really put me in a position to where I can succeed and where I can shine. And I can't thank them more for the positions that they put me in. But my job is easy. Year 8 of college football almost feels like a pro career, but just giving those guys the ball in space and breaking records is the standard for me.
Last question, we'll let you go. You kick things off with the big one. Cricket Celebration Bowls presented by Toyota in Atlanta. Prime time in terms of ABC. I will be there. A lot of us will be there. SWAC challenge, excuse me. Yeah. I did the Cricket Celebration Bowl. Maybe that's the only since you're going to be there. He shook his head like, we going to be there.
Trying to get there.
You're going to be there too.
Speaking into existence.
Exactly. My fault. Kicking it off with the SWAC challenge against Howard of the MEAC. Talk a little bit about how excited you are. Anytime you get to kick off football, I'm sure you're excited about it. But to do it on prime time, to open up the season, what are your thoughts on that, Quad?
Well, I mean, for me, it's a special game because I started my career at Georgia State University. Started playing in Center Park Stadium. I made my first collegiate start in Center Park Stadium. I remember playing my last game in Center Park Stadium. I set my single season passing record in Center Park Stadium. So the successes and sorrows that I was able to have in Center Park Stadium are major. So, it's going to be a lot of emotions tied around that game. But at the end of the day, it's just a football game.
There you go.
Whenever the emotions subside, I got to strap it up and I got to take care of the football and I got to do my job. so we can go in there and win a football game. So that is the big deal. But I mean, it's definitely going to be some feelings involved in that game. But I'm excited to go in there with a group of men that I love.
I look forward to seeing you there in person, Jeremiah.
First, I'll say it's a blessing and a great opportunity to perform on national television. Going into that game, it's a lot of emotions, bright lights, cameras, TV, whatever the case may be. But I truly believe that success comes from past work put in, and we've been working since January. So to go into this game is to approach every game that we're going to approach this season. We're going to approach every game the same way, no matter whether the camera's there, the lights on or not. We play with nobody in the stadium. We could play with 100,000. The approach to the game gonna be the same. So definitely excited to perform and put on not just for ourselves and our family, but for the school, for HBCU. To have that sense of pride and put it on display on the national level is a blessing and a big opportunity that we won't waste or squander.
Well said from both of y'all. Looking forward for this season for a lot of different reasons, but certainly looking for those Bulldogs to come with it. So thank you for stopping by and giving us some time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
This is BCS Game Time here in Birmingham, Alabama at the Sheraton. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and close out things officially. But make sure you keep your eyes on this team right here. I'm telling you, they're out to do some big things this season. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Smooth. Thank y'all for having us. Yes, sir.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate y'all.
Oh, my pleasure. Good to see you. Best of luck this
More than just an apparel store, we've been a movement, a statement, a legacy. We celebrate the pride, the purpose, and the culture that make historically black colleges and universities legendary. HBCU Image, a Kenny T's company.
Introducing the HBCU Trivia Game. It's more than a board game. It's a journey to the legacy of historically black colleges and universities. Here's how it works. 2 to 4 players, ages 13 and up, start as freshmen and roll the dice to advance. But here's the twist. You can only move forward by answering trivia questions about HBCU. Test your knowledge of notable alumni, key historical events, sports milestones, and fun HBCU facts. Watch out for spaces that can propel you ahead or set you back. And if you get a question wrong, you stay put until your next turn. The first to reach graduation wins. The HBCU Trivia Game. Support, educate, entertain. Available now. Let the journey begin.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL on August 29th with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff presented by Toyota, representing the SWAC, Alabama A&M, and representing the MEAC, Howard, Bulldogs, Spicer, the Marching Maroon and White, the Showtime Marching Band, the premier FCS matchup in primetime with a kickoff trophy up for grabs. Join us pre-game for fan jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACChallenge.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the BCSN Gametime Show as we are live here from the SWAC Media Day 2026, Birmingham, Alabama, the Sheridan. Well, it's the end of the day, and closing it out. We started off with the overall crew, somebody representing most of the shows that are on. Well, actually, every show right now that's on the network. We had somebody representing it at the start of it, and we're closing it out with what we'll call I can't call it a triumvirate because there's four of us up here, but the quad group of folks who actually recently have been around the longest at this point.
Yeah, probably so.
Members,
yeah, that makes it.
As we look at it that way, of course. Long in the tooth, that's all it means.
Doc and his 30 shows.
Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, but that's what happens when you're the dean, right? That's what happens when you're the dean.
I'm telling you, man.
Of course, AD Drew from
20
Sports
shows.
Wrap.
20 shows.
No,
Drew right there.
Look, I'm the Jamaican. He the one with 100 jobs.
I don't
and
know.
Hollering
Both
about
of y'all
stuff.
Jamaican.
Wait. You can't use that analogy anymore because you might get deported.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. No, he going to fire me first. But, but no, guys. So, listen, it's been another amazing day here at SWAC Media Day. It's the kickoff for football season. As I started off saying, it just smells like football. Being in this environment and just having the opportunity to talk to the players, talk to the coaches, talk to folks who are putting on games and doing all the different things that really matter to the HBCU sporting diaspora. Let's go ahead and get your thoughts on that. And look, we're going to start off with Drew since he has been running around working one of his other jobs today.
Yeah, I don't know what Drew's been doing today, but Drew,
he ain't been here. Right, he ain't been here, but we're going to let Drew give his thoughts.
He's been working.
What was the question again? No, what I like about this day probably more than anybody, and I used this a couple of times today, everybody's 0-0. Now let's stop. The first O is for optimism. Everybody, all 12 of these teams in here are optimistic that either I'm gonna stay on top or this is my year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You got the dash, which means we're going through this long season. And then you got the 0 on the end. Nobody has lost the game yet, y'all. So as a fan, this is official trash talking season. We got y'all this year.
Okay.
You know, all these y'all came to our place and upset us this year, or y'all had the nerve to put us on homecoming. You know, all that stuff, all that trash we talking, it's all cool until that last Saturday in August when toe meets leather, and we begin another season of football.
All right, Doc. Man,
there's so many things to be grateful for, and we only have so much time. So let me start it with this from this perspective. I really get excited from the number of people that respect the work that we do. And that goes from some of the biggest names in the business, not just HBCUs, but outside of that, to folks that have come in lately but still respect the way that we've done it and that we've opened it for them to do it their way. So that's probably the biggest thing that I'm grateful for in coming down here, and I look forward to, because for whatever reason, you don't necessarily think about it, and we are modest individuals that just do what we love to do. But when you get acknowledged, it does mean quite a bit, from coaches, the ADs, VPs, commissioners, analysts, all the way from ESPN to analysts that do HBCU Go. And that love is so genuine. We've lost a legend this year in terms of what we do on this side, and the fact that he was one of the first to show us that way, to be open and respect what we bring to the table and know the love that we have for it. The fact that we were able to honor him, but we see that honor coming back to us, and so we certainly know that we have an angel looking over here representing us from that perspective to share that love and continue to do us grace. And I hope everybody has grace in travel as they get back to their destination and close up things here. And we have grace for a wonderful football season with the least amount of injuries as possible, going through it for these young men that are playing for various reasons, but ultimately give us a lot of pride that they decided to go to a HBCU to support what we love, which is our institutions, particularly in this case from a sporting framework.
Brian?
Thank you, Doc, for mentioning, Charlie Neal, who's not here. Obviously, who had, ever since HBCU Go came into the space, had been here every year. And so I was reminded, this is the first SWAC Media Day where he is not here, obviously, and his impact. So appreciate those words. 278 media credentials were issued for this media day, and talking with the SWAC, it's one of the larger numbers, almost on par with when we had Coach Prime here a few years back, and we all remember that. And I don't know if I think you think about the NFL Hall of Famer Marshall Faulk, who's here. He's a different persona, maybe not,
sure.
Doesn't have a persona really, just seems like a regular stand-up guy, but the fact that he is here, but then there's the growth of the SWAC, whether it be through SWAC TV, whether it be through other shows that continually talk about the SWAC all year round, or maybe it's the growth of the Celebration Bowl and the MEAC SWAC Challenge, the opportunities that SWAC football gets on national TV, whatever those reasons, to see the number of media grow. And I go back to the first time Roy and I came, and we were at there's another hotel on the other side of this building where they had the media day, and I don't know if it was there long before we started coming, but I remember this was pre-expansion, and I remember we came into this room and we saw the 10 tables, and I saw Dr. Cavill in the corner, and then there was like, well, who gets to be here? Oh, Doc's here. Okay, where's everybody else go? They go into another room, and there's a little room over there, and I continue to talk about the growth and going from that to seeing this entire downstairs. If you've ever been to the Sheridan, or maybe if you see our intro video kind of shows you the walkthrough coming in, but there's like 3 or 4 different rooms. So there's media, the television, shows that are filming content, and it's a wonderful sight to see, and I'm humbled to be a part of it. It's exciting to see there's still people still here, probably doing some post-production stuff, breaking down. There's other folks who are on the road, but we're reminded about how blessed and fortunate we are to be in this space. And as Doc said, every time we hear that somebody's watching our content and shows, it's a great reminder to us. This is why we spend the time doing the research, making sure we are as knowledgeable as we can be about whether it be our schools or someone else's schools, so that when we talk to you all, that we are representing and doing the best we can to cover your schools. So we appreciate you watching, consuming the content, watching the podcast, downloading shows, whatever they may be. It really is. We're thankful to be a part of it, and we thank you for watching and consuming the content.
All right, so I'm going to give mine as we get ready to close out. On another note, on a similar note, we want to thank everyone who has tuned in and who is watching, listened to the podcast. Go back and do that on a regular basis. Again, we are the #1 HBCU sports podcast in the country, designated by Million Podcasts. And
BCSN Pod Zone.
Yes, BCSN Pod Zone. And guess what? Guess who's #2 on that list?
Is it Doc still?
It's the dean.
It's the dean.
Given the Inside HBCU Sports Lab is there. And, it's a pleasure for us to do what we do. We love it. We're here because we love it. And we're going to be moving forward with it. We've got several other events coming up as we get ready for the season. We will be at Alabama State for BuzzFest. They always ask. And listen, if you want us to show up for something that you do, all you got to do is ask and let us know. If we got enough time, we'll put it on the schedule and we'll get there. But Cyrus and AD Cable, every time they see me, you coming to BuzzFest? We'll be at BuzzFest because you ask, and that's what we love it, because we love to follow and keep up with the HBCU sports. After that, we will have our broadcast from the Atlanta Alumni Picnic, HBCU Alumni Picnic. We'll be doing that on the 22nd. And then, of course, on the 29th, it kicks off the season officially with MEAC SWAC Challenge live from Center Park Stadium. We will be in the Alumni Village area. It's who?
Oh no, that was media days. I'm gonna get to those media days. So we got that. Okay. But those are the events that we'll be at. But the Black College Sports Network will be live from the MEAC Football Media Day next Tuesday. I'll be myself and Doc will be there.
Skip one.
No, I didn't. It'll be at the MEAC. We'll be at the MEAC SWAC next Tuesday. I mean the MEAC next Tuesday. Then on the day after that, we'll be in Montgomery.
Still don't know what I'm talking about.
John, Drew. See, this is why Drew wasn't here today. Drew, let me do this, please. We'll be at the SIAC's Media Day
jobs, man.
Wednesday.
I got them all confused.
Now, as I was going to close out with the statement, make sure you join us tomorrow as we will be live from the MEAC SWAC Challenge press conference. You'll actually be able to catch it right here on the network, mybcsn.net/ESPN. We'll be live from Center Park Stadium, bringing that to everyone and kicking it and getting out there. Listen, folks, we want to thank you. We appreciate you all. We appreciate the rest of the crew that was here. Kelvin Carter, Kelvin Rozier. We also had Carlos Brown in the building. Coach Van Pettaway stopped in a little bit. We didn't get to get him on camera this year. Charles Edmonds here in the area. Charles Bishop hanging around with us. Dr. Malcolm Jones. I got to tell the idea before I get off. I'm going to throw my show idea out there. We got to do us a new show.
Because people take it.
Yeah, they will. They will. Don't throw it. Just hold it.
Well, no, because that means we're going to do it. Then we're going to do it first.
No.
We
right?
tried to tell you.
Just hold it. Just hold it.
Ain't nobody else going. See, listen. But see, here's the thing.
Cut the feed.
Nobody else can do this show.
Mute him. Mute him.
Nobody else can do
Mute
this
him.
show.
Take over, Brian. You talking, Brian.
It's called the Doctor's In, and we're gonna have you as the
Mute
host
everybody.
with
Mute
all of our
everybody.
other doctors on the network who are not just HBCU sports,
See.
but talk everything across the Black diaspora. And that's right. I'm gonna do it.
I didn't know about this. No one told me. No one told me about this.
I'm telling you now, and that's what we're working on. So we're gonna get that going.
One more job. Great. One
Folks,
more show.
Again, before we get out of here, we definitely want to
trying to catch up to Doc here with 30 shows. I'm trying to catch up to him.
We want to shout out Ogden for coming through
behind.
and helping out, but we have to give a special shout out. I have to give a special shout out today to our young lion that's out there doing this thing. Who we found. We don't find very many young people, and when I say young, I'm talking about under the age of 30, who have the passion that we know that we all have. And we want to thank Mr. Jason Hobbs for coming in and doing the yeoman's work that he's done.
Sir. Yes, sir.
It's been a long time since I've been able to sit in front of the camera and not have to be like, no, I need you to do this button and do that. Yes, there is a reason why. We won't get into it, but we won't stop. But thank you, John.
No, I'm just
Thank you, John, for doing what you've done. Folks, we will see you again tomorrow for those who check us out at the MEAC SWAC press conference. Of course, inside the HBCU Sports Lab will be on Thursday, so you'll be able to check them back out with the review and some of the things that have gone on. ONG Strike Zone is getting ready to do something, and we'll make sure that you guys get to see that tonight during the regular showtime. And then, of course, these two, well, I don't know if these two are going to be there. You going to be there Sunday? Sports Rap?
As of now, yes.
Okay, so Brian is going to be there, and Drew might show up. And then, of course, we got the Carlos Brown Show at 12 noon Eastern Time on the network. Until next time, we'll see you, and take care.